Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Today we're back into our 10 pop challenge, meaning we start with 10 citizens and try to grow them up to 1,000. We have not quite doubled our population because when we started with 10 citizens it meant 10 workers, not 10 actual population, so we have grown up to 14 workers, but that's actually an achievement because we lost 3 to 5 of them fairly early on because of mismanagement. So we are now on the way up and things are looking pretty good. Hello MXFly, thank you for the follow. What are we gonna do today? Well, MX Flynn, sorry. What are we gonna do today? Well, I am trying to build the medical university so that we may improve the situation for our citizens and make them grow a little bit faster and stay a little bit more healthy. It's going to take a bunch of resources to build said building, but I think we can do that. I did reduce the amount of vehicles that are in the construction office to make sure that our customs house does not get overwhelmed, so that we can construct that during the approaching winter and not affect the life of our citizens too much. Currently I have 6 children still, one of them trying to get a university education, 3 of them in school. Seems to all be looking relatively okay. If we get to a population count of 12, 24, let's say a population count of 50, we can run all of our important facilities that are non-supply based, like the clinic, the school and the education system. If we can run all of these ourselves, we should have no more problem giving people the education they need quite quickly. Heating issues are still plaguing us because the workers sometimes do not want to show up in the heating plant. Was wondering if I should use larger buses and maybe switching them out with a slightly larger bus would be helpful. We could go for the RF977, it has 1 more capacity on passengers. Or I could just drop down another microbus, but then we are overfilling the customs house with too many buses. So I should probably make the switch to slightly larger buses and maybe send the other ones to be scrapped or keep them around. Maybe we will still need them. On the western border we're running an experiment based on seeing if we can run a profitable area with just wood exports. And basically they will have to get enough profit where they basically pay for the vehicles that we're buying them. Hopefully they can do that. There's not much demand for lumber just yet, but I have a hope that the price might go up. I'm gonna wait and see. Everything in this area should be fireproof. I am not certain about the logging camps. I don't remember them ever catching fire, so I believe they are. But we'll have to wait and see. I already bought the other truck that will handle the wood exports. And the vehicle that will bring workers to the facility. I will probably make a bus route that moves between all of the buildings, so they receive workers equally. And I will do the same for the vehicles, I think. The trucks picking up lumber. But that could lead into issues where... oh no, it shouldn't lead to issues. Because we do have the free bus stops that are used to drop off workers here. Sometimes wish there were persistent free bus stops that weren't like limited by number. Just some smaller ones that keep the look of the dirt bus stops. But you could actually build them persistently. Because for such a logging area, I think it makes sense to have them look like that. If it matches the dirt roads. Or maybe a gravel-based bus stop. That would be nice as well. But alas, we don't have that right now. And asphalt is not that difficult to build. And there might be workshop items that have those, so maybe they'll join the game at some point. Well, we'll continue building the foundation of our medical university. 4 more deliveries of resources to be made. Some gravel, some asphalt. And then we'll switch over to the actual building, which takes a ton of concrete and steel and bricks and boards. Hopefully the boards drive up the price of boards a bit. Thus we'll put a lot of vehicles at the customs house, but it shouldn't be too many. Right now we have 3 vehicles going to the customs house. 1 dump truck for the asphalt, 1 concrete mixer. And basically we'll switch out for 4 open hull trucks. So I guess we would double our fleet going to the customs house if we keep things the way they are. Might be worth reducing the amount of open hull trucks if I felt like they could interfere with the amount of people getting to the settlement. Especially if we run into issues with heating, which would be unfortunate. We have a lot of workers available, which is nice. It means all of our microbuses will be filled to the brim. But we don't have many foreign experts, just regular workers. Which is fine. As long as our citizens can get the education that they desire. And they did. The 16 to 21-year-old finished their university study and we now have 15 workers. So they did finish that before reaching the age of 21, it looks like. That might mean that the Hall of Residence could become obsolete at some point. We had some citizens that were fairly close to their lifespan, their upper lifespan, 78 out of 83. So presumably within the next year we will lose some citizens. But I hope we can recover that fairly quickly and go back to population growth that we're experiencing right now as well. We have an orphanage ready in case that they have children. I don't think they do. They just work for us and that is fine. You're being treated at the clinic. Very good. Well, let's keep building the medical university, I guess. As I said, it'll take considerable amount of time, and then getting the actual research will also take a while. I'll have to take a look at how the resources are handled as soon as they go to the next phase. And I might remove 2 vehicles from the construction office to make sure that they do not overwhelm the bus route that we currently have. On this side, last construction phase. Gotta bring like 1, maybe 2 loads of workers here. Maybe 3. It is foreign workers after all. And then we should have our second woodcutting post, which will try and make us some money. During winter, our exports are slowed down considerably because of the quality of the road. So maybe I should consider upgrading that to be a higher quality. It would allow us to make profit throughout the year without problem. The other option would be a snowplow, but a dirt road with a snowplow is still a dirt road. The next customs house is quite far away, so we might turn most of this road into gravel except for a short segment, or might drop an aggregate storage here to draw out some gravel before committing to the upgrade. But I'm not going to do that during winter right now. We'll leave it be. They can continue with their exports. November was really good, December really slow. I might even commit to asphalt. If we get a paver and roller, we could do all of that with machinery, and that would be nice for us. I guess we could plan that ahead, so let's say we had this. That means that this section should be long enough to be upgraded by machinery still. Let's not make it too short. And then we bring the road over here to have it hook up into this section. That then means we can commit to an upgrade on this road, which the dump trucks will perform. We also have an excavator. But yeah, we still need the equipment of paver and a roller. In our case, I don't think we'll need a vehicle to be carried around. Where are our trucks? There they are. I'll move the covered out vehicle down to the mixers, and I'll get the paver and roller for this building. And then they can be carried by the truck over here, if the road construction gets a little bit longer. And yeah, we'll build this down to up to an asphalt road, because then we can have really fast vehicles, even during winter, even without snowplows. They will have a reasonable speed at that point. And we don't have to invest into road clearing, since there's no immediate need for any of that. I'm a little bit lost. Where's our stuff? I did scroll past it. Oh, because it doesn't have a name. It's only called the customs house name. So let's actually drop a town name here. Lalona. And we can orient ourselves on that. One more delivery of asphalt. Where are you going? Oh my god, right, they have to drive over there from the eastern border. Well, take your time. It's gonna be a bit. Okay, one last dump truck delivery, and then we should have all the materials we need to finish the groundworks. And then the other resource deliveries will start, and we'll have to keep monitoring that they do not overwhelm our buses. Because this customs house is really, really slow at moving vehicles through it. And it's really, really annoying. The coal deliveries to the heating plant are more than sufficient. We barely used a ton, and the truck is already on its way back after loading. Since it can hold 10 tons, we've only used 10% of the heating plant capacity for the truck before it came back, so there's no capacity issues at all. Alright, the open hull trucks are now on the move. And they will cause a continuous stream of traffic at the customs house now, which during winter could lead to problems, so we have to be careful. And this will be joined by concrete mixers. I will make the decision to move 2 vehicles out of here. So we have in total 4 vehicles instead of 5. Sorry, instead of... Sorry, no, 3 vehicles in total instead of 5, because we only have 1 concrete mixer right now. 1 concrete mixer, 2 open hull trucks. We need a lot of concrete, but we need the other resources as well, so... Let them continue running this way. And hope that the microbuses do not pile up. And then are unable to bring workers to our heating plant, because that could be disastrous. I'm gonna be really careful with that. Maybe I should send one of the larger buses back. But taking 80 workers out of here every time would drain the amount of workers quite quickly. So I won't do that. I would rather have a continuous stream of workers than getting the feeling of having a lot of workers quite fast and then having more problems. Okay, workers are arriving again. 1 worker holding the fort as the temperature struggles to stay at 24 degrees. Hopefully more workers on their way. Yes, they are. And then they can push up the temperature of the heating water tank back a bit. Let's go look at the lumber camp on the other side. Lumber camp is up. Does have electricity. It's missing workers. We'll load any worker and drop it off into this logging camp. And this will need trucks as well. Since we're upgrading our road infrastructure, I will buy 3 trucks. I think we'll be able to handle all of our logging camps at sufficient capacity. Hopefully relatively soon. Okay, we're getting the gravel picked up from the customs house and delivered for road construction. It's gonna take a while. But since the road trip is fairly short, 1 truck should be able to handle that fast enough. Unless, of course... Oh, okay. I see the problem. Before you realize that we have to do another trip, you want to go back to the construction of this and then... Yeah, the trip is not as short as you think it is. So I'll put a intersection here and then it can turn around once it realizes that it actually needs to do another trip. So now we have a small dot here and that will allow the vehicle to turn around in that place, speeding up the gravel deliveries to the point where we will get another gravel delivery before this one runs out of gravel. And that should make the construction as fast as possible, at least for us, with the western excavator that we have. We're down to 14 workers. I assume we lost one of the older people. It's gonna drop down more soon, I would imagine. Yeah, we lost one of the older gentlemen or gentlewoman. Well, let's keep working on things. All we can do is wait for the medical university. I think the first research I want to do is increase birth rate. And then while that one has been completed, I will work on the alcohol standards. That should make the health of our citizens quite good. After all those have been done, those 2 researches, we will give them an edification of toughening, which will make them more resistant to cold. And then probably go down the tree of heart attack and stroke prevention. I'm also quite keen on getting vaccination up, because a pandemic could basically kill us, depending on how difficult it is, how harsh it is. If it does affect the health of our citizens quite significantly, a lot of people could die rather quickly, throwing a wrench into our plans. which would not be great. Yep, heating issues, no workers here. This is so critical that I will assign the workers to go to the heating plant from the bus that just arrived. Temperature is dropping down to -degrees almost. And it's struggling. Okay, it's going back up. We did reach -degrees in the building for a very short moment. And that means we will probably have a few more visitors to the clinic. I'm wondering if I should make another bus stop. For the only reason that I could tell this bus stop to send workers to the heating plant, and after all of them went to the heating plant, they could send the rest of the workers to the other bus stop. Just to make sure our bus stop is always filled with workers. Or maybe I could have another microbus do that. Sending workers to the bus, to the heating plant first, and then coming back and dropping them off in the bus stop itself. I think I'll do that. We'll make you do that. So, before you go to the bus stop, you'll unload workers at the heating plant, and then you'll go to the regular bus stop. That means we have one bus dedicated to filling up the heating plant with workers. Because the heating plant is out of workers again. And it's dropping temperatures rapidly. 10 degrees inside the building. 0 degrees. Heat water tank is struggling. And it's going back up. But there's no... oh no, there's a worker in here. Okay, now we're getting a full bus load of workers for the heating plant. So getting that bus every now and then will probably help us keep the heat water tank at a reasonable level. At the cost of a few extra workers. But I think it's going to be worth it. Preventing any health issues. We did drop a large amount of population. We did drop another worker, it looks like. Yeah, we had 3 deaths. Which might be related to cold. Overall, we had no escapes so far, but yeah. Our birth rate is still higher than our death rate, so we did still grow our population by 2 citizens so far. But we have to be on the ball and make sure that they don't run into any problems. I might be able to run this with like 5 workers, just so the bus doesn't unload everyone and still goes to the other bus stop to unload the rest. 5 workers is gonna be okay. That way we make sure the heating plant has the highest priority. And I guess we could also send individual buses to other individual buildings, at least if they are connected to the road. We can't send them to the school or party HQ. But we could send them to the clinic to make sure that we always have staff there. If I wanted to do that. Three children. 2 teenagers, well, probably teenagers, 7 to 15 years old. No one going into the university right now. Only 1 worker remains, without a higher education. Alright, heating plant stopped again, but it has a decent capacity on its heat water tank. And presumably a bus with workers will arrive here soon to deal with that issue, right? Yeah, it's on its way. Heat water tank is dropping, interior temperature has started dropping, but the bus has arrived. That should make things a little bit safer in general. The average age is down to 49. We'll have another death soon, lifespan 74, so not much time left for that person. Because of the winter, the average lifespan is down here, so... Toughening against the cold, probably a good research that we should do. It might make our people last through winter a little bit longer. Or if the building drops its temperature. Okay, almost got all the gravel, and after that it will have to bring the asphalt to the same construction site. The resources are starting to pour in for our medical university construction site. Everything seems to be in order there. And we lost another person, down to 12 workers. And yes, indeed, the 76-year-old has perished. It was the last worker with a lower education only. We did not force them to get a university education after the fact. But yeah, things could be better. Let's hope that the medical university will bring what we need. I still think that going through the research that I said, first the increase in birth rate, then the alcohol improvement, and then toughening against cold will be the best, even though it makes it look like that. Maybe we should go for cold toughening a little bit earlier, but I'm not sure we could finish the research before next winter anyway. The year after though, we should finish it. So the winter of 1966 should not hold any surprises for us. I'm wondering if I should build a setup where I have two bus stations here that basically allow us to have two microbuses constantly bringing workers to those bus stops that keep the workers busy, and then the buses taking them to the settlement will go to those bus stops instead of the customs house. The customs house shouldn't really be overworked with how few vehicles we have here, but it definitely is. It definitely is. At least the heating situation has been sorted. It could have been bad. I mean, it still might go bad at some point, at any point. If the situation at the customs house doesn't work out the way we think it does. But I believe it to be fixed now. Okay, got all the gravel for the road construction, so asphalt next. And then we'll have to do one road after the other, slowly creeping our way through here. It'll be a bit difficult getting the other roads upgraded here. Well, I guess the road upgrade won't be the tough part. The tough part will be having a bypass road go through here, so they can go wherever they need to go. I guess I'll make a bypass road that way. And then we can upgrade all of these one after the other without interrupting anything. It's just going to be a little bit of a longer round trip. We did import fuel this month, I guess. And a lot of gravel. That's true. But I do believe that this will help us maintain a steady profit throughout the year. And we don't have to maintain this, so once the road has been built, it will be functioning without problem for the rest of the time. The other logging camp, already receiving workers, chopping down trees. The other trucks are still heading here. We should bring some fuel to the logging camp. And after that we can start the truck picking up logs here. Once the other vehicles have arrived. It's been waiting here for a bit. And I might combine all of them into a single route, so we share all of the vehicles between every building, which should balance everything out correctly. At least that's the hope. Otherwise the vehicles from the further away logging camp will be busier than the ones from the really close one. But if they're all on the same route, they should balance themselves, depending on demand. They'll take less time here, but more time here, so it should even itself out. Every building will get the same amount of vehicle deliveries that way. Almost half of the concrete we need has arrived. Most of the steel already is on the construction site. And the bricks. And it wasn't too expensive so far, gotta say. We were like at 870,000, I think. We only used 100,000 so far. Granted, we are making a profit in the meantime with our waste imports, but still. The heating plant is inoperable again, but workers just arrived. No children from the deceased parents arrived at the orphanage. I might have to set up, if the orphanage ever requires workers, I might have to set up 2 dedicated microbuses bringing workers here. Just to make sure it's always staffed. And if we use foreign workers, it might be possible to run this at a setting where we actually gain loyalty in our citizens and our children. Because we do know the loyalty of our foreign workers, so we can make sure that only the most loyal citizens are working in that building. Could probably use a large bus. And then send the rest to the normal bus stop. Looks like the paver and roller are still on their way here. Not sure how close they are. There's the trucks. They might have passed the roller and paver, but I think the paver and roller probably are closer than them. So I must have missed them. They might have just arrived. There they are. So we'll be able to start paving our road soon. About 2 more weeks before the snow melts. Then the issues with bringing workers to specific areas should slow down. And we can take some of the workers onto the construction site to actually build the medical university. We don't have that many road cranes. We have like 3 of them, I believe. But still, should be okay. I don't think we need to fill up all 4 slots to get this building built. We will need about 600 workers on the construction site to finish this. Probably more than that. But yeah. We'll wait until all of the resources are on the construction site before we start building anything. Got 1 student in the university again. 1 in school. and 3 in kindergarten. Well, if the kindergarten is open. Paver has arrived, went onto the construction site, and now we'll wait for the asphalt deliveries to finish, wait for the rolling to finish, get a message for it, and then do the other sections after. Hopefully all of them being long enough to not require workers to finish the construction, but if they are too short, then we can put some workers onto the construction sites. That won't be the problem. Hello Sancho, welcome. What's up? We're still building the medical university, slowly working towards that. Had a little bit of a close call with the heating plant during winter when it was really cold. I feel like when we have the medical university up, that might even be more dangerous. Only 17 people again? Yeah, the old people perished. So now we don't have any workers with lower education anymore since they all went away. The average life expectancy went down during winter to 76 for them, so we might have to make our education a little bit more tough regarding the cold, since we can't consistently keep good temperature in our buildings. But we will get improved birth rate and alcohol standards before that. We're pretty close with getting all of the construction materials for the medical university. Concrete is the slower bit. But once all of the other materials are there, we can send the concrete mixers back into the construction office. Well, the single concrete mixer that we moved out, and speed things up. And we should be able to build that relatively quickly. Just have to be careful and mindful of how many workers we have in the customs house, because if I take all of them for the construction, then none of them will go to the city or town, and we will start having issues. We still have one person more than we started out with, so we are still looking okay. And the other benefit is that all of them have a higher education. I think it was the right decision to propagate the higher education from the start, instead of trying to grow the population. Because I think if you get over a certain limit, it might run into the issue that you don't have enough foreign experts anymore to get them educated and give them healthcare, etc. So I think this is the right call. But I might be wrong. I'm not sure how the foreign workers scale with your own population. And in that case, it might have been fine to just grow your population and then hook up multiple custom houses. But the situation that we are facing here is not really conducive to hooking up multiple customs houses because the other ones are quite far away. But I wasn't really sure what I was getting into, so I didn't really look for an area that had close customs houses. 2, 3, 5 more deliveries of open hull materials, and then those will be done. And we will need 13 more deliveries of concrete. Not bad. Should not be a problem. Maybe dedicated storages here would be better. Maybe a distribution office that brings in gravel and open hull construction materials would be the right choice to remove the stress of having to worry how many vehicles you have on the construction tasks. So I'll probably drop down a free open storage and maybe a free aggregate storage. But the loading is so slow on them, I don't really like that. It does make sense though. It would be useful to control the speed and pace of material deliveries from the customs house. Well, power line's getting in the way, but I believe we can fit this here regardless. So we'll have a distribution office bringing resources here. I'll limit it to... there's not much capacity here. How much do we have? 95 tons. No, that's decent. We'll split it up 50-50, steel and bricks. And prefab panels and boards. We have used up all of our distribution offices. I don't remember having that many, but yeah, we do have we do have one extra at the western border that we don't really need. This one basically. You made your last delivery. I'm going to get rid of you. We're going to free up this distribution office. But we already have 4 other distribution offices. I mean, we have one for our citizen goods. Oh, I guess I could have used you already. Yeah. Let's move a dump truck in here. You load anything you want from the customs houses. This will only store gravel. And then you will fill these three storages up with resources. That means only concrete mixers will have to go to the customs house, and dump trucks if they need asphalt. The rest we can provide them from these storages, and limit the amount of resources that need to be picked up from the customs house. It does look like a lot of workers, but it's actually not. It's basically 2 bus loads full of workers. I think a lot of them have been waiting for a very long time, so since they wait 12 hours, it is a decent amount of them, but it's not as many as it looks. If I do start the construction of the medical university, it would go down quite rapidly. Speaking of which, let's send out the cranes and the bus. Each bus trip will pick up 60 workers. Temperatures are looking much better, meaning that the heating plant won't be as overwhelmed right now. So there should be fewer issues. 7 more deliveries of concrete, and we'll have everything we need. And then we should be able to finish the construction. Okay, please send the buses into the customs house. They are more important than the resource trucks right now. Because we're not getting anyone going to our settlements right now. Yeah, it's not as many workers as it looks like. But it's good that we can load the construction office bus full of workers when we need to. Because we will need a bunch of them to finish that construction. At least 600 people, I think, so 10 bus loads at least. Probably more. Let me set up 1 bus. And we'll change it to only load 20%, which would be 16 workers. And we'll send that one on a round trip. Sorry. Full load of highly educated workers and then 20% regular workers. So we'll get a slight boost of workers going to the settlement every now and then. It'll be its own line, so it won't abide by the other line spacing as well. I hope it'll work well for us. 3 more deliveries of concrete. We can continue the construction as is, but we're gonna have trouble picking up workers for our city and or the construction site. So I think I should probably pause the construction as soon as the current workers are done. And wait for the customs house to recover its workers a little bit. I will do that. We'll put it on hold temporarily. We're down to 4,000 from 6,000 after 2 bus loads. So yeah, 4 more and we're probably done. Road construction over here is at the rolling phase. We could start the next one, bringing resources over here. I hope the segment is short enough. But I will wait until the road is done, because then this will be a really fast trip for vehicles. And it'll speed things up quite nicely. We also got our lumber trucks over here, so we can send out the other truck. And I'll probably set them onto the same route right away. Alright, so woodcutting post into customs house, into other woodcutting post, into customs house. And then I need to add the other truck to it. And that should balance both vehicles on the deliveries. And the same can be done with the personal cars bringing workers. We'll load 50% for this building and 50% for that one. And then we'll need the other... not the woodcutting post, sorry. The bus stop. Otherwise it could lead to problems. And there's the other personal vehicle. And we could activate line spacing, but it doesn't matter in this case. We're not trying to run the workplaces continuously. They just get some workers, cut down some trees at their own pace, and then they can finish work whenever. So there's no line spacing needed. All resources have been brought to the construction site. I will now tell our construction officers where to find resources. So we have an open storage for prefabs and bricks, and we have an open storage for steel and bricks. This should have been boards. And now we can see that steel and bricks are here and prefabs and boards are here. So everything is assigned correctly. The other components are still gotten from the customs house. But yeah, any future construction will take resources from this. including gravel. It's also from here. That should alleviate the stress on the customs house quite a bit. We only have 2 vehicles for construction materials heading here every time whenever we do construction, so this should be quite good for us. Let's resume our construction, sending the bus out again. Don't have that many foreign workers here right now, but I feel like we should pick up some workers and try. It's warm enough where the lack of workers at our town should not be too much of a problem. Hopefully. I really hope they change this. Like, I think they could change it to the point where they drive in here, do their loading, and then drive back out this way. And depending on how many vehicles you're sending here, the loading process and unloading process slows down. But it's only, like, if you're using small vehicles, the customs house is busier than if you're using larger vehicles, because smaller vehicles still need the same travel time, but they carry less people or resources, so it's not a good idea to use small vehicles and large customs houses. Okay. I should send the bus back. We don't have enough workers here. No. Let it pick up 6 workers and basically count as another bus on the customs house right now. We'll keep going with the construction of the medical university, and you'll let me know once it finishes. It'll be a slow process with that few workers though. But let's keep going. The rolling of this road has 10 more work days to be done, and then it's completed. We don't need this dirt road anymore. As soon as the vehicle has left the path. And now let's see if we can upgrade this one. Yes, we can. Machinery can do that. So we don't need to involve any construction vehicles that carry workers in this area. We might need more trucks carrying trees. But let's upgrade the roads first, and then see how many vehicles we actually need. An industry based on wood cutting to start out with seems interesting. But if it drives down the price of wood quite quickly, you would need to resort to like equipment that can consolidate it into a single vehicle, like a train or a ship. And that could be expensive at the start, especially since wood is not that profitable. But it might be worth it trying to drive down the price decrease. This will also help with building maintenance. If we have a lot of building maintenance that needs to be done, I can do that locally. I just realized that the construction office can do any building maintenance except for itself. So we will have to have either one more construction office or a free construction office to do the building maintenance of this building. I think I'll have another small construction office here, which is set to only do maintenance, and then we'll move like... I guess they can do everything. But we'll move a basic set of vehicles in. so that they can maintain each other. Doesn't have any other construction office in range. It's not really intended to be more stuff over here anyway. Decent number of workers, looking fairly good. Almost got a full busload worth of people. One upside of the slow customs house, however, is that the buses entering don't enter really quickly and then find themselves not able to pick up any workers. It's so slow that there's usually a tick of regenerating workers in this area. So they can make things work in that regard. So there could be side effects to trying to speed up the customs house. But I still think, from a player perspective, it's probably desirable to make that happen because it feels clunky. Especially since smaller customs houses are faster than the larger ones. For that reason. So they should balance them probably with the loading speed rather than the travel speed of the vehicles. 3,500 workdays. Keep going. Let's name this one Customs as well. Then we know we do have activity in this area whenever we look for it. So now that the snow is gone, we should be profitable again, and we are. We're still doing road upgrades. This one's already done. Do the next one. Also able to do that with machinery, no problem. And we'll keep going. If we do this one, that could lead into problems with our vehicles not being able to get to the logging camp. But we could upgrade most of it. And then leave a short section that we don't upgrade, so it should not interrupt anything. Yeah, one truckload each. For each segment to be upgraded, no problem. Just gotta stay on the ball and put the upgrade orders in. Yeah, not many workers here right now. And this bus will take all of them on the second tick. Because we have two loading ticks here. First the highly educated workers and then everyone else. If there's highly educated workers at least. But yeah, because the vehicles enter so slowly, there's probably always time for the vehicles to pick someone up, even this one. So there's a benefit to it. Looks like our storages are filled. Building groundworks will be slow with the gravel loaded from the storage, but yeah, I think we don't have to worry about the customs house that way, and it's going to be better. You've been waiting so long because the other vehicles have been entering all the time and not letting you in that you've actually called for a traffic jam warning. Amazing. There's a lot of waste to be picked up, so get to it. Nearing the 3,000 workdays mark. I'll let one worker onto the construction site directly, so this could always run. We could basically send one of our own workers there, but yeah, we'll wait. 2 people trying to get a university education, 3 teenagers now, and 1 child. Really young child. I think they're going through the education process relatively fast, but it feels like things have slowed down because of the construction project. Still not sure how we are going to deal with the new university. I think we'll try and move everyone over to the medical university. I don't really want to demolish that. I hope that the students realize that they are supposed to get their education here once it has been constructed, but we'll wait and see. Next road section. And maybe I'll start an upgrade of one of these ones. It's gonna take a little bit longer, but I guess no. Let's do them in order. This one is also long enough, so a machine can do it. These ones should also be long enough. I'm a little bit worried about this section though. But yeah, as I said, if we have to involve workers, shouldn't be too much of a problem. Starvation is not good, but the satiation is only still 99%, so it's not too bad. Happiness could definitely be better. It's currently going down. I think we're taking a lot of workers away from everything pretty much. So I'll probably shut down the workplace for a bit. Let this area recover so we don't have any escapes. Make sure that everything stays in order. And we'll assign the workers again a little bit later. Now, one of the problems is that if I unassign the workplace, the road cranes would go back, so what I'm actually going to do is move the bus out of the construction office, so that the road cranes can remain here, and an occasional worker might walk from the bus stop to the construction site. Okay, this one's being rolled. Let's start this one, and this one is too short. So this one will have to be built by workers. And all that means is we have to assign this. We do have multiple roads here, so it's not going to be a problem to also trigger that upgrade. Because they can drive through here. The only thing they can't do... Oh, no, they can get to the bus stop because this finished rolling. And we can also trigger the upgrade of this. And this. And I guess also the last road, but we'll do that later. So this will take a while. We need more workers in the shopping center for sure. Yes, thank you. We lost another person. We're back down to 10 workers. I think one of our students had a health issue, or one of our worker passed away and was replaced already. So back down to 16. Yeah, we lost one student. Population had one death. So now birth rate and death rate is completely even again. I think we need that medical university and to help with things. And we might actually have to run a research. But let's let the customs house recover its population a bit before we try and do that. I could bring workers from this customs house, I guess. It's not that much further than the bridge that we built. That's actually a really nice flat area here. So let's assign workers to be picked up from this customs house, and then we can just let the construction office continuously do its thing. Taking workers from Brelov. They should get the medical university up faster. And yeah, these workers will use for running our settlement. I might make a bus route from Brelov to our settlement if we run into more issues. If we can't really grow our population, we'll have to bring more workers to try and stabilize things a little bit more. But I do believe that the birth rate increase will probably have a really good effect on our settlement. Let's increase the priority of this road. All the other ones can be done by mechanisms. So after you realize that you should bring asphalt here, we'll increase the priority of this one because it does have the excavator on it. And then let you do your thing. I would like to finish these two, but you already started with that road. Wish you would have started with these, but I was a little bit impatient. Okay, let's wait for the vehicle to decide to go here, which it has. And let's also increase the priority of this building, so that the dump truck knows bring gravel and asphalt here first. Instead of trying to spread it out between all construction sites, which would be a little bit silly in this case. It does make sense if you have multiple construction vehicles, but I'm trying to do minimalism in that area. The other customs house is all the way over there, which is much further than the other one. This distance versus this distance, and there's two mountain ranges here. So getting a road through here would be difficult. Plus the distance is larger. And if I just use mud roads, they're a rainfall or even just autumn to early spring, the covered in snow could lead to a lot of problems. I hope the customs house here recovers. We are taking a lot of workers away from it, especially now that we are using the large bus. We're only taking 20% extra workers, so 16 workers in total. But it's enough to drain the customs house at all times. Well, at least we're getting workers from the other customs house reliably. They should be able to get here. They have 12 hours of travel time along the dirt road. Should be doable. Although it's quite far. That actually is really far. I'll keep monitoring this and see if they actually reach the construction site, or if we run into problems. I don't think it would be possible during winter. The road speed would be way too slow. Looks like we're paving. Almost ready to go to the rolling phase. And yeah, we can do all of that. Um, 3.5 hours. And you traveled, let's say, over a third of the range, so yeah, you should probably be able to make it. It's gonna be close. It's definitely not gonna be possible during winter, but right now it is possible. Taking a lot of fuel though. Okay, over 6 hours, and we traveled, yeah, more than half of it, so it's doable, but it's quite the distance. And a normal bus route picking up workers could run into issues. So bringing workers here to the bus stop would be tough. Maybe I should upgrade this to gravel before I continue construction jobs. Eight hours, 4 hours left. Some big bumps on the dirt road behind the medical university. Good morning. Yeah, we had to go up a hill and then over a crest. So I didn't flatten this at all, I just followed the terrain. And this over here is nice and flat by default. Also, hello Tillman, welcome. Okay, you've arrived, you're about to turn into the medical university, and we have 2 hours left, 2.5 hours. If it's not raining, if there's no snow, it's okay. Otherwise, really tough and not doable. But yeah, let's keep sending the bus out. A person moved into the Hall of Residence who has a health emergency. Well, the small clinic is currently staffed with workers. It should be possible to treat you. Got you up to 20% again, life expectancy of 40 years. Seems good. Our health system seems to be working. I'm glad we caught our student. Didn't want to lose another person. 40%. And now we don't have any staff. Let's hope they stick around for treatment. Let's hope we get another worker here. I think they went away for food. So hopefully they go back to the doctor and get some more things looked at. Alright, let them build the medical university. Maybe the worker count here increases at some point where we can send the bus over there again for once. If we have 60 workers plus extra, definitely doable. Until then we will have to use the other customs house. Okay, got the road construction done. This one is now receiving the gravel deliveries. We'll make a road here, so they can use the asphalt road and then just drive a little bit on the dirt road to get to this section. Should help speed things up. That means we don't need this loop around anymore. One more delivery, and then paving time. Excavator. Dump truck will also have to go here. Let's increase the priority. Maybe the dump truck will decide to do that one before this. I'll lower this to normal priority. I hope it chooses to do this one. Then we have a... yeah, then we have a perfect road to get to the construction site. Do this one next, then this one, and then we'll plan this section last. So I guess we're building this to be permanent with the asphalt roads. But if it makes us a profit, why not? So far it has been losing us money. But that's okay. We need to set something up first, before it can start earning us a decent amount of cash. Could also have an incinerator on the western border. That would earn us US currency instead. But with an incinerator there's a chance of it burning down. So we would need to also set up a fire station. But otherwise it wouldn't be too difficult. Three workers only. Let's hope it doesn't rain. What does the road here look like? I'm getting Pikes Peak vibes. But we're skipping the gravel phase of Pikes Peak. Going directly to asphalt. Already halfway down 64 and we haven't finished the medical university yet. Truck did slow down, time for some traffic signs. Yeah, after the asphalt road has been fully constructed, I'll do the traffic signs on that side. Hall of Residence. Health issues again. 38% definitely needs to visit the doctor. Free time has started. They're walking to the doctor right now. And they should be able to get some treatment. Hopefully not getting run over by traffic. They almost finished their university education too. Health at 40% now. Went up to 52, very good. So the visit did help quite a lot. But it has to keep going that way. We got 4 children, 3 teenagers. I'm gonna call them children, teenagers, and students. I'm not gonna... like 7 to 15 is not teenagers, I know, but it's gonna make it easier. I don't want to call the first set of 0 to 6 babies. You'll stop being a baby fairly quickly. Some workers for the grocer, thank you. Probably not enough time to do sport, maybe a little bit. Decent amount, very good. I guess if I want to start gathering workers up again, I have to put this bus back in storage for now. Let's do that. Let's also bring the open hull vehicles back into the construction office, just in case we need them. Bus made its delivery. I don't see any workers here. I'm not sure if there was an issue. But yeah, this route is quite far. I could have an intermediate bus stop where I unload them, let them stretch their legs and then load them again to make sure that they can reach their destination. That's a way to extend your travel distance. And that works on the premise that... No, it doesn't work with this. It only works if you have a direct route. But it basically works on the premise that if you unload someone and then load them again, it resets their travel time. And since the foreign workers don't have a total time, they just have a travel time, you can reset it as much as you want. Basically, whenever you put them on a bus stop or a train station, it does reset their timer. So you could have a network of foreign workers from across all customs houses and try and run a republic with them. Downside, of course, being that they are quite expensive, but you don't need any cities for them. So maybe it would be possible to try and build a republic based on an oil refinery that you try to run at full capacity with just foreign workers, which would mean that you would have to get a network up that picks up foreign workers from all of the customs houses and brings them over. Almost done with paving. Okay, just keep going. Hopefully the amount of workers recovers a bit before winter, and we can do some of the remaining construction with workers from that customs house. I wonder if I should do the bus stop thing, where I pull them all out and let them walk between two bus stops. Can make 2 bus routes with 1 transfer the foreign workers to the free bus stop. Yeah, you can just have them walk between 2 bus stops and they never, like, you always have all the workers and they never expire their timer. I'm wondering if I should do that. Feels a little bit gamey, but I mean the challenge is also not normal. I'll stick away from that for now and try to keep it with regular systems. Got 2 students who are over 21 years old and still studying. You're at 2.0, so you should finish. You're at 1.63. You had that health emergency, I think. Oh no, you did. Well, I hope you finish your studies soon. You're ready to enter the workforce for sure. Got 9 workers only. We're back on the downward slope. Okay, rolling this road. This one will need 2 more deliveries of gravel. And then asphalt. We'll put it on high priority and then queue up this road after. Hello Hailstorm. Good morning to you too. So leaving this as a slightly longer road section is a little bit slower, but it makes it easier to upgrade in the future, because it can be done by machinery and does not require workers to do so. I could upgrade it to gravel with a gravel storage. I can't upgrade it to asphalt without access to another customs house or an asphalt plant. Okay, keep building. Looks like the speed of the trucks is picking up. There's not a lot of wood in here. This one is slowly filling up. There's probably a large truck heading here soon, if I would have to take a guess. Yeah, that one's arriving there soon. And this one will go to the first logging camp after. Still waiting on workers here. But yeah, we have enough wood in the forest ready to transport, so as I said, a constant supply of workers is not necessary. Woodcutting posts are ideal for like having people drive there by car, I feel like, because you need so few workers there. Supposedly you unloaded the workers, but I don't see anyone working here, so this might not work. Number of workers reduced to 0, but this is only workers outside of a construction office. I'm confused. Go back to our construction office right now. And we'll try what happens if we pick up workers from this customs house and this is set to 1 or 0. Please turn around. There's a downside of not having any nodes. Vehicles get confused a bit. Okay, back into the construction office and pick up workers from Staralenia. It's not going to be as many, but for testing it'll do. This should only affect the amount of workers outside of the construction office, not anything else. So the construction office should still be able to dump the full amount of workers in here. Let's see if it does. Supposedly, it's loading 100% workers. And it did try loading a full complement from the other customs house. But is it not unloading them correctly? Or did it just not arrive in time? 4 workers. Well, it's good enough for a test. Yeah, the amount of workers we have here is quite low. This is set to 1 worker. 1 worker is already on the construction site for a few more hours. Nope, does work correctly. Then I don't know what was going wrong. Maybe it is too long. Maybe they didn't make it in time. I don't know. Let's just try continue construction during the middle of summer with like workers from this customs house. It's 1 extra bus. It shouldn't have too much of an impact, I hope. It might. But I want the medical university. We'll definitely have to shut down the construction office when the temperatures start going down. Need 200 more workers at the least, 250 probably. Probably more, but yeah. Not sure if we can complete the construction this year. We don't have any students right now at all. No, we do have a student. We have a 21-year-old. My bad. I missed that. 1.67. 1.70 now. "22 years old, slightly delayed education." Starving. Starvation is not good. We might have to repeat the birth rate research quite quickly. After we do the alcohol research, maybe we have to do the birth rate increase research again. I guess it is more of an edict than a research, since it's a temporary boost. Okay, road construction done. Last section, and then everything is asphalt. And then we probably only need one truck each logging camp. And they'll have enough throughput. So we don't need to invest into more vehicles, but instead have a more developed infrastructure with more throughput. I'll bring the large bus back in once the construction is done, so we can bring more workers to this area. But for the time being, the construction takes priority. Even though starvation is looking pretty bad. The buyers and the sellers are passing each other. You're at 96% satiation. And the seller's gonna arrive here with... Okay, you still have a little bit of time to buy food, but visiting the doctor is probably not gonna happen. %97 satiation. I don't want to start having escapes for people leaving not getting enough food. That would be horrible. Instead of going to the bus stop, what if you go to the shopping center instead and unload there? The shopping center is important. And if we take the extra incinerator workers to the shopping center, then we probably can make this more reliable for people to get food, which is very important. I mean, every facility is important, but I can't run one bus to every facility. Well, I guess technically I could. But it would be a bit overwhelming. So the silver bus, after the incinerator, will bring its extra workers to the shopping center. It's not going to be a lot of workers extra, but it doesn't have to be. I could build this road with gravel and an excavator, speed things up. But then again, I could also build a helipad and fly people in. think the western border works well. And once the road construction is done, we should also need fewer materials, improving our profit a bit more. Medical university construction is slow but ongoing. Taking more or less construction workers to it. Mostly less, not enough. But our town still has priority. Even though I really want this construction done, because it will help our town tremendously. No more health issues, no real happiness issues. Everything seems to be in order again. So about, if we get 17 workers per busload, it would be about 10 more deliveries. But we can't guarantee that, it's probably going to be more. It looks like, however, if we keep going, that we might finish this year. If I don't have to shut off the deliveries earlier. Like the, what is it called if the delivery is for workers? The transportation of workers, we'll have to shut that off. That's what I meant. If I don't have to do that, we can probably finish the construction. One crime, probably because of starvation, etc. Thankfully, no one died. Oh, someone died last month. Oh, sure. That might be crime because of unfulfilled demands, and yeah, that could lead to problems. We have to get more people. We have to hang on, and we have to get more people. We're still at the same level that we were at the beginning. I hope that our students finish their studies soon. 1.77, very slow progress. 2 students here right now. Both of them at the age of 15, so they have a little bit of time left. This person needs to finish their studies faster and join the workforce and work in the university. The other downside of the construction office bus is that it might take highly educated workers away from our jobs inside the city. So that is of course also a problem. "23 years old and still 0.2 off of getting a higher education." Things with the education have definitely slowed down. Hopefully we can pick up the pace again. Maybe the construction has to stop. But it would be the replacement university. We have about 3 months. I think October is probably the time where we have to shut things off again, construction-wise, when temperatures start to drop. If I wasn't concerned with shutting things off, then we could finish the construction, but yeah, that's not the only concern for this. 1.83. much else to say, really. It's a lot of micromanagement. At least it feels like it. The loyalty is pretty good for us. It's 36. I thought the mean, like, where it would settle out is 30, but it appears to be 36-ish. So, satisfying the demand of all citizens to the max, you do get a decent amount of loyalty out of it. Paving has started. 8 deliveries of asphalt. And then the road is done after getting rolled out. Should be doable this year, and then we shouldn't have much problem during winter. Yes, things will slow down a little bit, but they can pick up the pace fairly soon after. Maybe I'll employ 1 or 2 snowplows, but probably not. Did you pick up any highly educated workers? Yes, 1. Not cool. If we don't have enough highly educated workers and we can't run the party HQ, that's also not great, because then less people will be able to study. And our construction currently is interfering with that. After 5 years of the challenge, you could start importing dollar migrants, but only by the amount you earn from dollar exports. As a suggestion. No, that would be too easy. That would be... I think that would defeat the point of the challenge. Getting extra migrants. The point is to try to keep the population growth high while running all of the facilities as needed. I think I might have to interrupt construction. I'm taking too many people away from things. We will finish that next year. We'll have to get some people through university education and move them into the workforce before we start running out of our own highly educated workers. I mean, it would be an idea to be able to start using third world migrants, but they're really cheap. I could basically get 10 workers every month with the profit that I earn. So, and they would only need to go through the school education, and then I could force them into the Hall of Residence, get them to get a university education, and I don't know. I think it would grow quite rapidly. We'll let the workforce recover at the customs house. We'll probably be able to start the construction quite quickly next year. Maybe even finish the construction with 2 worker deliveries of like 60 workers. I could also drop one of these large buses into the construction office and take 80 workers at a time, if we do have that many workers. But for now they have to continue university education for our citizens. That is a higher priority. School time. You're waiting. Okay, now you're getting education. 0.13 left. So 2 full-time run through the university should finish your education. But it's probably going to be more than that, because I don't think you're going to get 2 full educations at the same time. If we have a fire at one of the logging camps, then the whole process is probably null and void, because I don't think I can run this area with a fire station and still be profitable. This is only relying on the fact that nothing has to be extinguished. I don't know if a sawmill can catch fire. If it can't, then it would probably be a nice addition to this area. Maybe we actually need a 3rd truck. Well, maybe not. Yeah, once this road has been upgraded, it's probably going to be fast enough when there's no snow. Unable to visit hospital is not what I want to see. And we had another person with a stroke. And we lost a student. I don't think they finished their education, I think they just vanished probably. At least it wasn't... Oh no, we only had one student here, never mind, I thought we had two. We lost that one previously. Did we have a death? We did not have a death. We did recover the stroke victim. Okay. Could upgrade the road to the other customs. That's probably what I should do, so I could use this road to bring more workers here. I think, yeah, let's do that. It's gonna take a while. But there's nothing else that needs to be done during winter, so let's get it started. I can do that in one go. Up to the gas station. Remove what bumps? This bump? They're from the terrain. Oh, this is an ugly bump. Okay, I think that should be fine. I'll also give it a nice look here, cutting through the terrain a bit. Let's gather up the road again into one piece. Much better. Okay, I think the next challenge that I'm going to do is try and build as many ugly roads as possible that get Twitch really riled up. That would be an interesting challenge. How long can I survive with building just terrible road infrastructure? And Twitch chat yelling at me. I'll have to go back to the western border quite soon to set up the road signals, but right now I'm gonna take a quick sip of a drink. And the amount we get at the customs house is starting to pile up. If we get over 60 to like 70 or 80, we can send out the construction office bus once and sneak in a construction. But for now, let's set up the traffic signs here. And that's all of them. There was a time where I didn't know about this tool, placing intersections quite quickly, and clicking each intersection manually was a pain. But once you know about that tool, it goes really quickly. Especially since the tool is somewhat smart, like once I click this intersection, like if I remove it again, it does know that you want to prioritize the higher quality roads to be the main roads, so it doesn't try to go from here straight through. It does pick the main roads being the higher quality ones. So it's smart like that, and that is really appreciated. Sometimes you have to go in and manually adjust things, but most of the time it works well. 1.97. After the free time and the next education phase, they might actually finish their studies. If they can find a room in the university to do so. Hopefully we'll have someone manning the workplace, but apparently we don't. 3 students waiting here for workers. So, we'll have to wait a little bit longer. Well, got 15 minutes of study in. Maybe next time. They're already 24 years old. I could also say, screw that, move them back into the house and make them live their life as a regularly educated citizen, but we need more highly educated workers. I need to keep that number high as possible, as high as possible. That's the highest priority for us, I think. Because if we can run our clinic and our university at all times, I think we would be looking pretty good. But right now it's not working out. Maybe I need to lower the loyalty requirement to allow more foreign workers to go into the party official slots. Maybe that's the limiting factor. Oh no, we have 4 students. Great. Didn't finish education again this time. Yeah, maybe lowering the loyalty requirement actually will help. We'll see. Got a decent number of foreign workers here. I could have one bus that only picks up highly educated workers and goes directly to a building like the medical, to the clinic. Unfortunately, I can't force them to go to the to this. I can force them, however, to go to the large university. The idea behind this is have one bus pick up highly educated workers and go to the university, and only pick up highly educated workers, because if they can't pick up anyone, they will go to the bus platform and try again. Basically making sure that there's a constant stream of highly educated workers to your university. That's looking pretty good. You're still at 1.97. Your studies start any second. And we don't have a party official, but maybe one will arrive. No. Not a chance. I might have to prioritize our university again. Oh, you did get a little bit of time in. A tiny amount of time. The other students arrive at a much better time. They might... Hopefully they won't finish before you. Is the road construction done on the western side? Not yet. But it's being rolled, so no more resources needed. And our profit should go up next month, as we don't have to import any asphalt or gravel anymore. We're currently building a road on the eastern side though. And if this is successful, we might actually set up a bus route to Brelov to bring workers from here to the city, not just for construction work. To make sure that we have more highly educated workers and other ones to run our facilities as necessary. Will you finish your studies after your free time now? There's a chance. Someone else took your slot. And the other 2 people arrived before you. Damn it! Maybe I should focus on the university. Oh, you got a little bit of time in. And, well, a few minutes. We don't have enough workers. Let me get the large bus running again. We need to fill every building with sufficient staff instead of finishing the construction. Was today's mission? Hallo Berdiger. Die heutige Mission ist, wir fangen mit 10 Arbeitern an und versuchen eine Republik daraus zu bauen. We start with 10 workers and try to build a republic from that. So as you can see, this is our population. It's sehr stressvoll. Sehr stressig. We do have enough workers to maybe run a construction, but I think we'll wait. We need to get our university students through. We're up to 2.0 now, so maybe after this you finish? Looking good. It says you're at 2.0, so you might have to go to university again. Hopefully next time it finishes. I want to try unassigning everyone again. I want to see if that works. Let's try. I think forcing them to work in the clinic also forces them to take over the slots of the staff member. So let's see if them picking their workplaces freely will maybe balance them into the correct slots more reliably. You're buying food. Let's hope you get a university education on the next visit to the university. Okay, that's a lot of people waiting for people to show up. It's looking okay, except for you. You're sitting down here. Okay, now you made it in. And you completed your education. Congratulations. So please join the workforce. Yeah, maybe unassigning every workplace is better. Maybe they will find their workplaces better now. Let's leave it at that. So you should now be able to move out after your free time and join the workforce. Which means we will have 10 workers with higher education again. Should I sneak in a construction job? Let's try one of 60 workers. Or we might be able to finish the construction of the university after all. Maybe. This is going to take a lot of workers away, but that's fine. I mean, this is going to take all of the workers away. Alright, pick up everyone. Good. Let's see. I'll have to let this recover again. Okay, you move back in here. And then, yeah, maybe 1 or 2 more buses after should finish this, hopefully. Probably 2. It's gonna be close. 60 workers would drop us down to like 200 work days, and then one more bus. We would finish that. Let's let the number of workers recover for now. It's at a critical phase. I'm not gonna upgrade this road to asphalt, just gravel. Asphalt would be a bit too much. So we should have 10 workers again. 3 people going to university right now, still below 21 years of age. 8 children. Stagnating a little bit, but we'll have our medical university soon. Next year is definitely the last point we will have it. We might get it earlier, but I don't think I can do a construction job right now. I think this area is like quite busy with all the tasks it has to do right now. Stop committing crime, seriously. Okay. I don't know if letting them choose their own workplace is the right choice. I hope it is. But your health is already dropping down quite a bit. So we might have the situation where some workplaces, like the clinic, will need a higher priority again soon. But getting more people through the process of getting a university education would also accomplish that. Let's hope you visit the doctor again, or try to soon. Your health is a little bit low. Maybe you'll find some time after going to the indoor pool. I guess not this time. Maybe your next free time you will try. The clinic needs more workers. Well, doctor visit successful, at least for the other person. Road upgrade successful. All of it is now asphalt. And trucks are piling up a bit, but that should not be a problem for the trucks bringing in lumber, I think. At least as soon as they get back. So yeah, that'll be a bit faster here, a bit slower here, but it should balance itself out. Maybe I need another truck. But they do get the same amount of visits per vehicle. I really wonder if I should build a helipad to get a consistent amount of workers from across the border. I could even fly people in from the western border. It would be a lot of workers. I wonder if they should make it so that you get a lot of experts from the with helicopters. I'll make that as a suggestion, I think. Let me write that down. I mean, it doesn't really affect much. That's kind of cheating. Wait, what? Flying people in with a helicopter is cheating now? I would have to set up the infrastructure and get some helicopters. Would probably have to build that next to the repair station as well. I mean, not flying them in to live here, but flying them in to work in these buildings to make sure that the people get all of the education they need. So, the same thing we're doing with workers from the customs house. Come on. Ah, you didn't finish your doctor visit. Really? We really need a more sustained number of workers here. I mean, with the other bus running back and forth, there's not going to be a number of workers piling up here. We're going to take all of the workers every time. But we need it right now. Temperatures are dropping. We need to run our hospital a little bit more efficiently. Helicopters are always kind of cheating. I don't like them too powerful. They do consume a lot of fuel. So if you do restrict yourself on allowing or not building a fuel refinery, they become challenging. But if you do make your own fuel, they are really easy, yes. Lots of easy construction tasks. I guess they're balanced by the noise they make, so wherever you go you always hear the helicopters in the background, and sometimes they fly in front of your face and are really loud. Helicopters are very versatile, but they can't carry a lot of resources and they consume a lot of fuel. I don't think they're as easy anymore as you think they are, especially with the maintenance they need. Previously you just got them and they did their job and they didn't cost you anything except for fuel, but I think they are more expensive nowadays. If you play on an appropriate difficulty. Because they do require aluminium for repairs, I think. We also need a footpath going into the medical university, so let's plan for that. And we probably also need a waste storage for it. Which can then also be the waste storage for the kindergarten. Not sure, not the kindergarten, the orphanage. Not sure if that building is ever going to come into play, but we'll see. How is our studying going? We have 2 students right now, one of them older than 21. They're at 1.6 at the age of 21, 1.63 now. You could have really moved into the party official slot, you know? I usually see people having a lot of foreign workers at their customs house, so I don't know why we have so little. Maybe it is related to just using microbuses. Maybe if I send a lot of buses there with high capacity that request a lot of workers, more would show up. I don't think the statue will cover the medical university. It is in range, but I think it counts the center, not the edge of the building. I'm not sure. Yeah, see? This is already in range. This has a range of 90 meters and this is 86. But it does check for the center of the building, so the medical university will not be in range. But that's not a problem. The medical university is also slowly being built by sometimes one worker walking onto the construction site and doing the job of like 8 work days. Slowly building it over time. I guess that would be a better way, because then we can use all of the workers from here. And the highly educated workers go into the correct workplaces and the other ones can go onto the construction site. So let's put it at 5 workers and see what happens. Where's the large bus? There you are. Put you to 100. Unassign the highly educated workers, just get 100%. Copy your schedule and go. I don't know if the increase in demand by sending larger buses will increase the amount of foreign workers being generated at the customs house. I doubt it, but we'll see. We're not going to use the construction office bus anymore. We're just going to send workers to the construction site by proxy. Temperatures dropping, heating plant struggling a little bit. Making good profit on the western border now. Really good profit. But then again, we doubled the amount of vehicles we have, so seeing a doubling of the profit is to be expected, I guess. But with the road infrastructure, it's even going to go up a little bit more. Snow is dropping down, which will slow down our buses. Hopefully we can still bring everyone to the workplaces to make sure that our citizens survive. We did lose someone. We had a death. No escapes so far, but yeah, we do have deaths. We will have another death, another few deaths soon, especially with winter dropping down the life expectancy. We need that increase in birth rate for sure. Right now we're breaking about even, with a slight leaning towards growth, and we have grown by like 1 citizen in 4 years of game time, and that's quite low. I think the large deliveries of workers is going to be really helpful. That'll fill up most buildings, especially with the lower education workplaces, and then the highly educated workers that already exist in our republic can take over the other slots. So we might be able to go through winter relatively well. What's the line spacing? 152 seconds, so 2 buses is not enough at that rate. But they're also slowed down by the other bus route. By the many vehicles that travel across here. Down below 600 workdays for the medical university, so it's slowly being built, even without construction office buses. And yeah, the large bus deliveries of workers will probably send a few workers to the construction sites every now and then. And then they can cut a few workdays off of that. Okay, I think this is the better way. Not using the construction office, but using these buses to higher efficiency. I wonder if I should cut out some of these small microbuses. I'll try move some of these away into storage and see if that maybe improves things or if we run into issues. I'm not going to remove the one that delivers workers to the heating plant and the one that delivers workers to the store. But if I remove some of the orange microbuses, those other microbuses will also become more effective because they can go back to the customs house earlier. So I'll remove 2 of them, see how things go. It might be that we have to bring them back quickly if we don't have enough buses running. But I believe that this is going to be the better way. If we stagnate for another 5 years, I will bring in workers with helicopters. How about that? If we can't get decent population growth, I will have to get more workers to make sure we can run the medical university and get enough research going. But I do think that we can probably do the research with our own workers. And also the customs house of Brelov. Getting that one hooked up to a road might be what we need. Hopefully gravel will be enough. Two people trying to go to the clinic. Come on. Thank you. Okay, that hospital visit was not really efficient. And during winter, that's not something I would like to see. Let's move that up to 3 workers. Should give this more space to move more staff member in here at all times and allow more doctors to take the doctor slots. So it's at the same level as the small party HQ now. Might make it more reliable. I think the school is working fine as is. I don't think I need to make a change here. I haven't seen like 16-year-olds that didn't finish their school education. But yeah, the clinic is quite important. This should run 24/7 and always be ready for someone to move in whenever they have a health issue. Now is a bad time. And now is probably when someone walks into the clinic and says, I have a problem. That was a worker. That's okay. And 1 more, 2 more, another worker, no visitor yet. Maybe the increase to 3 workers was the right choice. 2 workers might lead to the problem where there's no workplace free, so the other worker only knows that they can go and work here if the doctor has already left. So maybe this is the better choice to make it run really well. It did help with the with the university. So far no issues, minus 16 degrees, everything seems to be running. I'm tempted to try and take away more microbuses and just let the larger buses run. The average lap time went down, so maybe 2 large buses are enough to run this full time. I'll take another microbus out of the equation. I'll need another vehicle depot. If we can stabilize it with just large buses, I would be happy. The large buses and the 2 extra buses going to the incinerator and the heating plant. .87 education level. We need like 2 successful university visits to finish your education. We're up to 11 workers again. Still only 17 citizens. 1 person studying, no children. Helicopter's powerful, but the price is not low for the power. Yeah, the helicopters cost a lot of money and the fuel consumption is really high. So you have to pay a price for them. We still have 1 bus running on that route, plus the bus going to the heating plant, which is only... Well, that bus is only supposed to pick up regular workers, so I'm gonna remove the highly educated ones here. School time. Okay. Almost down to 500 workdays for the medical university. It's slowly going down. But at 5 workers maximum, it's gonna take a few... it's gonna take a while. We can increase the amount of workers going to the construction site during summertime when we need fewer workers in the heating plant. Okay, heating is going down. Looks like no one is walking to the heating plant, but the bus is heading there right now with 7 workers, so we'll be fine. And cutting out all of the other buses also helps with the delivery of workers to the heating plant. They don't have to wait as long anymore at the customs house. I think I'll move out the last microbus after it has made its delivery of workers. We'll remove that one. We'll get the construction office bus over here. You're not going to go there. You're going to go here. I thought I moved you into the depot. My bad. Okay, so we don't have our large microbus route running anymore. We have 2 large buses running the supply of citizens to our area, which should be sufficient. And we have 1 bus for the heating plant and 1 bus for the shopping center to assist a little bit with that. Because sometimes we don't have enough workers in there. And food supply is quite important. No more complaints about happiness, no more complaints about health. Everything seems to be quite well. How's your education? 1.90. Well, maybe you can finish your university education soon. There is still hope. Reducing the loyalty requirement was also probably a good choice. Making sure that every highly educated worker from the border can work in these facilities if necessary. $3,500 in profit last month. I think that's pretty good. It does not take account for the building maintenance or vehicle replacements that we will have to do eventually. I might have to set up a scrapyard to at least reclaim some of the investment. And I'll probably do the replacement manually. We might also have to build a repair station here. Or I can bring the vehicles over to the Lona and do the repairs there. But that would be very micromanagement intensive. 475 workdays for the medical university. You are at 1.93, so maybe 2 more studies. Your free time just started. Okay, so maybe the microbuses weren't the right choice. This seems to be running much better with how the buildings are actually staffed. At least most of the time. 11 years old and almost done with the school education, so this is not as important to make sure it's fully staffed, and leaving that at 2-2 is probably okay. They're getting their education reliably. $1.97, so running through it one more time and you should have the education level that we need, increasing our worker count to 12 again. But we need more children. If you finish your university education, I would shut down the university temporarily and try to send more workers into the medical university for construction. But only after you've finished your education. Which might happen on the next attempt, after your free time. I'll have to wait and see. And then we'll trigger the research for increasing birth rate. You went to the bus stop to drink alcohol because apparently no one was selling alcohol, so at least we have 2 attempts, and you were successfully able to get what you wanted. Now we'll have to hope that you finish your education, and we get some workers here. Some of them are arriving, and your education has started. Will you get your university education? The other children, 7 to 15 years old, still aren't old enough to get a university education, so yes. If you finish your university education, I will send you all to build the medical university instead. If you want to. Looks like you moved up to 2.0, but you didn't finish your education, unfortunately. So we'll have to wait one more time. Didn't do culture? Why not? Oh, you were waiting in front of the building, my bad. Okay, back to the university. Finish your education. It's basically like the celebration of finishing your education right now. Come on, one more professor, you're almost there. This must be enough, right? If it wasn't, you're already at 2.0. Why not? I hope this is not a bug. That would be annoying. If there's a small bug where a citizen goes to 2.0 education but they don't get a university education. We're gonna try once more. Visiting doctor. Should be doable. Oh, you're waiting on the platform because apparently there was no doctor when you tried looking for them. But there is one now. Looks like you went home. Okay. Well, school time. Some workers maybe? We got a professor. 2 hours left. Okay. And you got your university education. Good. We have one other child trying to study, but we're going to shut the university down and increase the amount of workers here. And build this up instead for now. Should I really do that? I kind of want to. We can have one worker not getting a university education, this should be fine. It would mean that they would join the workforce earlier. Especially since our students take a long time to finish their studies. Maybe I should have a bus going to the university directly, another microbus. Even if they just send regular workers there, it would make sure that all of the workplaces are filled for regular workers, and then the highly educated workers could take the other roles. Getting food and visiting the doctor after. Hopefully this time you will be successful. Yes, looks like you will be. Even if they disappear for a bit, there should be enough workers arriving here for you to complete your visit. Alright. Less than 400 work days for the medical university. I think I'll continue building it and we'll switch over. We won't be using this one anymore. At least not right now for education purposes. We will still probably need it for some research. Yeah, giving everyone a higher education might not be desirable. At some point. Right now it probably still is, but I think we can live with one of them not getting a higher education. Mars 302. I guess we could get Mars buses over here. Not that it would matter that much. We will probably restart the university education and make them finish a little bit later. And I will employ one microbus going to the university to make sure that it's always staffed with regular workers. So we'll skip like 1, maybe 2 workers and their university education. Otherwise, everything's looking pretty good again. If we don't have anyone visiting school anymore, we could also turn off the school temporarily and enable the university instead. I mean, the construction process is a little bit slower, but at least it's consistent. And all of our other facilities are running as well as they are supposed to. Did our population just go down by 1? Yes, it did. Had a death. We need that birth rate research edict. Nothing new on the western border, right? You're just still making money. Could build another logging camp, but $4,000 is pretty good. So yeah, logging industry might work. I mean with a dedicated settlement running the fire station and everything. I think that would be profitable enough to operate such a thing. It would even be viable as a start on the western border. Still would need to test that at some point, but looks possible, looks plausible. We're nearing the 300 workdays mark on the medical university. Winter is almost over. A month to go. Maybe during summer we can shut off the heating plant and send more workers over into other facilities. Kind of want to send everyone from this house into the medical university to build it, but that could wreak havoc. Yeah, sometimes we still have unfulfilled demands. Now that we're running only large buses, there's like a phase when workers don't arrive. I'll probably add another... I'll probably add a microbus back to the route. Just so we have 3 buses running. I could have added the microbus to go to, I don't know, I guess the pool isn't hooked up by a road, so that doesn't work. But I could have sent it to the museum to make sure that one is always staffed. But it's not really an urgent building to get your culture need met. There should be a sufficient number of workers going here. I got a little bit of culture, but not enough. Yeah, we probably need 3 buses. I might have to get another large one to make sure it's always running instead of a microbus. Let's do that. Let's get another large... What do we have? Skoda 706 RTO. These ones. So we'll add that one to the bus route and remove the microbus again. We can go back here. And you go onto this one? No. This one. We'll unassign the microbus. Okay. 3 buses, 3 shifts might make more sense. Should be more overlap between the employment of workers and when people try to visit workplaces. Still only 1 student. I don't think there's anyone visiting the school. I'm gonna shut off the school temporarily too. Maybe we'll have more people going into the construction site. Yeah, I don't see anyone visiting. It says 1 person can't study elementary school. So 1 out of the 4 people didn't get their completed education yet. But we can catch that up. Okay, the other one isn't showing up as can't study in university anymore for some reason. 200 work days. This road construction is going to take a very long time. Might have to get another dump truck, but that would reduce the efficiency of our buses again. But I guess, no, it wouldn't. We would take from the storage instead. Let's get another dump truck. That's why we have that storage. Yeah, I think 3 buses might be better. Microbuses weren't large enough, but 2 large buses are not frequent enough, so 3 buses is probably going to be the right call. Even if they're sometimes driving silly like this. Oh, I guess you probably went into the customs house, couldn't pick anyone up, and then you tried again, and then another bus stole the workers again from you. We will resume university education with the medical university, so 1 person might not get a university education. And then we'll try and get the research for increase in birth rate right away. I might keep the school shut off during that time. If we only have 1 child who can't get to the school education, that would be fine. They would basically go into the same phase of you will be a person who will only get a regular education. You won't go through university, and that'll be fine. $155 workdays. It's progressing nicely. We'll definitely have to limit the amount of workers here, but I'll set it to like 5 for each category of workers. And then we'll try and run a research while also providing university education. It's almost done. Temperatures are up again. We'll reduce the amount of workers in the heating plant down to 3. Just giving us a few extra workers. Okay, let's maybe try to get that one student through the school. Maybe I can set this to 1 and it'll still be fine. Especially with foreign workers, they probably make sure this is always staffed. Should give the student an opportunity to maybe finish their studies. Alright, you're trying to get a university education. 17 years old, never seen a university yet. Okay, there's our child who wants to finish school. Halfway done. Okay, yeah, let's leave that at 1. That's probably going to be enough. For the university, we'll have to increase the amount though. Otherwise it's not running efficiently. 80 more workdays, and then we can resume university studies. It looks like the other one, who we said will not get a university education, probably still can get one. So it might be better to start with a medical university in such a challenge, because of the importance of population growth. And also can't underestimate the fact that being able to send workers directly to a workplace might be good for the university. Let me send the microbus. No, let me send the regular bus into the construction office. Actually, no. Let's wait for the university to finish. I want to build this road segment so we get the waste storage set up. I guess we can build that with a dirt road. But no, I want it to be gravel. Almost done. We got 3 people who want to go to university now, so it's good that we will have a university again. I think I might build a monument in range as well, or at least provide the resources for it. Construction might be a little bit slow. "30 work days. Just have to wait for some workers to find the time to walk onto the construction site." Looks like the amount of workers is not going up even with the increased demand because of the larger buses. Come on, finish the university. one person. 2 people. Let's assign the construction of this road. Put it on high priority. The gravel is already there. And let's move the construction bus back in. We don't need a lot of workers here. And you're probably not going to find a lot of them, but please try and build that road. 20 more work days for the university. Yeah, after that bus you might be able to find some. Or you might have to try again. We'll see. Probably have to try again. Yeah. That's okay. 9 work days. We had one of our highly educated workers walk onto the construction site for a bit. So 2 more workers will finish this. 1 person walked onto the construction site. I think we will need 1 more, but yeah, it's gonna be close. It was a really long process to get that built, but I think it is what it is necessary to continue onto a successful path here. As I said, I will limit it to 5 staff and 5 professors. And the first research we will do is increasing birth rate. We'll let it get settled in with workers and staff before we start a research. And I think this can be successful. It'll take a while to finish this research for sure. And I guess the students will be able to attempt to finish their studies. We might kick them out of the Hall of Residence to make them join the workforce earlier. If it looks like it will take too long, but we'll see. I might have to limit the amount of professors on research. And I might have to run the microbus that I said I would. So let's go here, load anyone with an education, and drop them off into the university. So having the road connection to a university, really useful. That should provide a constant flow of regular staff members. So if professors do walk into the site, they can either perform research or provide education. And maybe we'll pick some of them up from the customs house to also drop them off in here. 11 years old, 0.6 education, progressing okay. We're bringing the resources for the garbage storage. Waste is not really going to be the problem right now, but still should pay attention to it. Yeah, I might move the 18-year-old out to finish their studies early and just join the workforce. Population went up to 20, we got 4 children. That's looking pretty good. I wonder if they could have children faster if we take care of their children in the kindergarten. I'm not sure how that works. We need more professors. We need more professors to actually perform the research. Okay, 1 highly educated workers, 2 regular. Filling out the work crew here, not bad. We even kept 1 worker, which is fine. You're gonna be carrying them around for next time you go here. We might be able to run the university more reliably now. As long as we have the higher educated workers to run it, of course. I kind of want to force them to go to different workplaces, but it's kind of difficult. Because I will have to select all workplaces. It would be easier to do with its own bus stop. I guess I could also route the bus route to the university first and then to the bus stop. But then the travel time would go up. And if the university takes all of the workers, then there could be problems. Alright. Education, progressing reasonably. Once the research is done, it will pick up pace, but right now it's a little bit slow. And this is going to take a while to finish though. You need some repairs, man. So let's turn on the repair station. Allow repair in building. No repair cancel. So vehicles are now allowed to repair in here, and we'll send like 2 workers here every now and then. Oh, you could have really dropped off those workers first. At least the repair won't take too long. Very slow process. And as I said, we will do the research for alcohol standards after that. Then, depending on if we can repeat the research for increased in birth rate, we'll repeat that. If not, or after that one, we will do the toughening for against the cold. I guess I could do the wood deliveries with a distribution office, but I don't think it makes any difference. Except for the fact that I could send the workers directly to the buildings instead of having to place bus platforms, because they would get stuck. I don't have another distribution office. Oh, I do have one available. Well, I guess I could do that. I need to keep one distribution office spare though, just in case I need it. 10% of the research is done. While we are educating people in the university at the same time. I think the microbus bringing workers to the university was the right choice. Looks like the microbus doing the route to the heating plant has been repaired as well. Yeah, bring those staff members into the university, please. I want to see that. A highly educated worker taking the place of staff. It's not great. And since we're not emptying out the workers on the bus platform, the bus carrying workers to the university will always have some people left in them. Like it can carry 7 workers. But at most, well, I guess we could use up to 7 workers. if we have like 5 highly educated workers and then some regular education workers, all of them could get unloaded, but most of the time there's going to be regular workers taking care of the need for staff in that building. I might have to up the frequency. I don't like seeing those workers drop into the slot of staff. The construction for the garbage stand is also ready. We'll let like one worker walk onto the construction site every now and then and build it up slowly. Don't need to send a construction office bus here. Only needed that for the road. Wait, did I set this road to be paved? I thought it was only gravel. I did not realize that I made this an asphalt road. Alright then. I really only meant it to be gravel. Might have misclicked. If I up this to 10, we have a lot more room for staff to be here, which gives us the chance for the professors finding their workplaces free to be a lot more common. I'll leave it at 10. As long as the workplace for doctors is unaffected, that should be okay. Maybe I should do the same for the doctor's office. Put that at the highest level, making sure that this can be filled by a lot of staff, and then the doctors can work there. Most of the time, at least. Fifth of the way done towards the research. Maybe increasing the worker force in the clinic was not the right choice. Or maybe increasing the workforce in the medical university was also a bad choice. Seems like they are prioritizing the research. Or at least it's trying to balance itself between the two tasks. But yeah, that's a lot of workers. That means I'll do something else. I'll set another microbus, loading workers and bringing them to the clinic directly. So we'll specialize our microbuses, sending them to the most important buildings to keep them staffed and make sure that we get the most use out of our highly educated workers at those workplaces. 20 years old, only an eighth of the way towards university education. I think as soon as you turn 21, I'm going to remove you from the Hall of Residence into the work pool. I think that's probably going to be the best choice, rather than make you study until you're 26. The other people after you can finish their studies. It's going to be fine. Yeah, they're much further along than you, so I'm sorry about that. But this is how it's going to be. We'll have to up the number of workers in the heating plant again before it starts getting cold. We're increasing the amount of buses going to the customs house again, which might not be ideal. I might have to set up the external bus stops. Have one bus running all the time to the customs house, and then these buses pick up from there. Could have that right behind the end station. Or right next to the customs house. I kind of want it to be an asphalt one. I mean, right now it's pretty warm, so it's probably the best time to test. We can test it with a dirt road. I'll take one of the large buses, move it back into storage, and tell it to only carry workers to the bus stop here. All the time. Until you need to refuel, but then you refuel. And now I have to move all of the other bus routes over. We'll start with the large bus. The larger bus route, which now only has 2 buses, but that should be fine because they spend less time. They will spend less time here. Cancel. Let's add the bus stop first and then remove this. Alright. I'll have to wait for some workers to get dropped off into the bus stop. Okay, drop off, transfer. Go again. That should work. This has a relatively low capacity for workers, but I think this is gonna improve traffic quite a bit. It might also lead to the problem that sometimes buses get here and there's no one there. Which doesn't really happen with the customs house because it spreads out evenly by itself. Okay, no, we're gonna stick by the customs house. Never mind. The customs house has its own way of spreading things out a little bit right now, so I'll leave it at that. Bit cheesy, total amount of foreign workers won't change much whatever you do. 3 normal buses from customs to town should be the same than any other solution in the long run. Yeah, probably. I didn't see any increase, so only if I reduce the amount of workers used does it slowly start piling up the workers. We'll have to build the road towards Brelov to get some more workers. But for the time being it seems to be running okay. We're 1/3 of the way towards increasing our birth rate. Up to 22 citizens, 6 children. The amount of children seems to be going up already. Why did you go here? Why didn't you go here? Now we have 5 professors teaching, studying, researching, and okay. Yeah, we will finish the university education for you. The one who is soon to turn 21, we will move into the regular workforce. That is gonna be fine. I think I might have too many microbuses again. Things are slowing down here. I might take the one... I guess I might take the one from the heating plant off. Because the heating plant will get regular workers anyway. Clinic, medical university, heating plant. You go into storage. We need to increase the throughput of our vehicles again, reduce the amount of microbuses on the bus stop. Because if the large buses get here with enough workers, then the heating plant will fill up with workers anyway. The overflow of workers will go to the fire station. Maybe I should set this back to 5. I'll set this back to 5 to not forget it and run into any problems. Number of children going up even during the research, probably test subjects. Yes, maybe. Who knows? I was wondering if the effect happened during the research. I thought it happened during completion. Okay, you're 21. You are at 1.23. You're going to join the workforce. Sorry about that. So now we have one worker with lower education, which is fine. But yeah, they would have had to spend a decent amount of time to finish their studies, and I didn't want to give them that time. They have other things to do that are more important right now. These, on the other hand, will finish their studies. I will let them finish their studies. They're decently far along. 18 years old, halfway done. They'll get there. .14 years old, lagging behind the education a little bit. I might have to up the amount of workers in the school again to 2. Seems like that's not quite sufficient, especially if they will start their university education late. That's unacceptable. .18 years old, not quite halfway, but the other one is. Yeah, I think that one exception for university education was the better choice. They were way too far behind because we shut off the university for a bit. But also shutting off the university was the right choice in getting the medical university. I do hope that we see a lot of children once the research is done. Right now we already have a somewhat decent amount, but it could be higher. Maybe we'll have to run the kindergarten a bit more efficient. Maybe that helps in combination with the research. Maybe I'll run the kindergarten at like 4 workers to make sure there's always room here. Let's put 5 there. It basically needs to run around the clock. Whenever a parent wants to do work, but the kindergarten isn't staffed, then they can't do work because they have to take care of their child. The buses are lagging behind. I don't know why you are arriving at the same time. $240 more deliveries of asphalt, paving taking a long time. Since we're paving, I guess both of the dump trucks are continuously going to the customs house, so... But the truck bringing gravel to the gravel storage is currently not doing anything. So, somewhat evens out. We could improve the footpaths a bit. It could be no, there can't be a diagonal. It cuts through the building. Never mind. There's no other entrance here, so this is the shortest route. And then we also have the microbus bringing workers here at all times. I think we're going to finish the research this year, at least. That is looking likely. I might also take out the microbus bringing workers to the clinic. Let's put that also into storage. The incinerator into the shopping center is important. But I mean, oh, there's our regular worker working in the shopping center. Very nice. With a health of 40. So I guess they had a heart attack? Or something? They must have had an emergency. Hopefully they'll get that checked out. We got the small helicopter. That one would be useful for getting more workers here. A water truck. Research is so slow. Well, I guess they're prioritizing the student getting an education, which is proper. Apparently, no, they are not. What if I take this one out of the equation as well? What if I just don't have anyone go to specific buildings anymore, except for... Even if I don't have them go to the shopping... no, I do need them to go to the incinerator. I will leave that one as is. That one is outside of range of the bus stop. Unless I build an asphalt footpath. Even a gravel footpath would reach. Would be a twisty footpath though. But yeah, I could probably run that with our bus stop. Has to snake through here. I might only have to snake through this and then across. Anyway, we'll leave that road as is. Still not quite halfway. Someone age 15 didn't finish their school education yet. Need some more higher educated workers to help them. But apparently we have too many workers in the university, maybe? I'm gonna turn that down back to 5. We need more people with a higher education. I might have to get that helipad and fly in people with a higher education from across the border, alternating west and east. We could get another extra 3 higher education workers, which could run 1 extra workplace at all time. Full time. Okay. Can we give them an education, please? Anyone? Thank you. And there's Kapriyanov, Vikendi, Timofeyevich. Hopefully able to finish their school education within the next few weeks. They're smart. They're gonna do it. Yeah, now the professors are working in staff slots as well. I guess that's fine. It's not really about two highly educated workers working as staff. Maybe the bus bringing workers to the university is still necessary. I don't know why they're not sending any staff here whatsoever. Medical University, you go back out on the road. I want to see more workers. And don't pick up anyone with a higher education, please. They get distributed normally between all the buildings. So you don't on accident pick up like 3 highly educated workers and then also try to cram them in here. Just try to fill up the slots with regular staff, please. It should keep this running more efficiently. And keeping it at only 5 workers will probably allow some of the other highly educated workers to go to other workplaces. Maybe I have to turn down the clinic back to 3. I would like to finish the research, but it's taking a while. And also these studies are not progressing as fast as I would like them. 20 years old, 1.5, not... You didn't even move at all during that time, it feels like. Let's turn down the hospital, the small clinic back down to 3 workers. That should encourage some of the highly educated workers to go to the medical university. I could also assign our buildings again. I mean, we have like 11 highly educated workers. I could tell them go here, and then the clinic, then the school, then the bus stop. That could mean that all of the professors fill up all of the slots here. But my hope is that they only need to fill the professor slots. Once the research is done, this should run way more efficiently. Now's the point where we'll probably fill this up with a lot of professor. Oh yeah. Okay, it's foreign workers. That's fine. Still not ideal. And yeah, we have some of our own citizens here. That's good. Someone about to enter the workforce. You were able to go through education really efficiently, so that's nice to see. Probably gonna finish that very soon. Our population still didn't increase much. Happiness went down. Unable to visit hospital. That is dangerous. That is really dangerous. Praying can't really be helped. Okay, you'll get treatment. Yeah, 2 of our professors working in the staff slot. Not ideal. Two-thirds of the way done with the research. Slowly, very slowly getting there. Over here, profit. We're back over 600,000, so it's going up. We started with 700,000. Let's see. All time, sum. Yeah, we dipped in the yellow line, the top one, but it's slowly creeping back up, so we might become profitable there. What did I do to get more people now? Nothing. This is natural population growth so far. I'm trying to finish the research for increase in birth rate, but it's lagging behind. I did not hire anyone. So this year we had 6 births, 1 death. Last year we had 5 births, 9 deaths. Overall, 29 births, 23 deaths, 10 migrants. It's trying to grow. It's trying to, but we have to be really careful with things. And right now I had like people who are unable to do basic things. 10 people starving. Are you kidding me? This is bad. You go wherever you think is best. I'm not going to do that assignment anymore. If the university education takes a bit longer, it's fine. Make sure the small clinic is staffed, make sure our students can go to school. Okay, looks like the issue of starvation was resolved fairly quickly. I'm not sure why it was times 10 though. The one worker without university education will have to pick up the pace and work wherever he's needed. He or she or they are needed. Currently free time. My assumption is you will probably work in the shopping center if you're needed, or the clinic. I think you're going to prioritize the more important buildings. Looks like you went to the bus platform because no one was working in the pub. So hopefully they will work long enough for you to realize that you can go to the pub. But their work time is going pretty quickly, and your waiting time is going very slowly. But should work out. So at least you got some alcohol. But where will you work? I think shopping center if it's not full. Or clinic. Or you're working in the museum. I guess that's fine too. It's not very important, but sure. I can see the paver slowly getting here. We need 7 more deliveries of asphalt and then we're done with that road. I thought it was only gravel. I don't mind it being asphalt, because it will speed things up, even during winter and without snowplows, but it was not intended to be that way. Alright. We're at a very nice research phase. Research progress is 69. But we'll have to grow even higher than that. We have to finish the research. And then move all of our professors on education. Make sure that all of our students can finish their education before they turn 21, so they can also join the workforce. And then they too can provide research. You have reached the age of 21, but you're almost done. You're at 1.87. And the other person is at 1.6 and is also 21 years old. We'll have both of them finish their education. I could pause the research temporarily. I think I'll do that. I want them to finish their education before I continue researching. That will give us 2 extra highly educated workers to do everything. And it doesn't cancel the research progress. I guess I could continue the research at a lower rate. Like with only 1 professor and 1 always being available for students. That might be enough. Okay, now we have 2 for the students and no 1 researching. I'm not imagining things, right? This building is more efficient at providing university education because one professor is able to provide education to 2 students. It might be related to their productivity, but maybe this building is even more efficient in providing education. Come on, one more professor, please. Cancel the research. Finish your education. I thought I had the amount of professors to not wait with the research, but I guess we will have to wait a little bit. We had a stroke victim, we lost 1 person. So we had 1 death this month. No births. Okay, we'll just let you finish your studies. Let the other person finish as well, and then go back to the research. I think that's the best course of action. 1.95, so if you do that for 1 more day, should be good enough. I think the West is really profitable. We might even be able to get back up to 700,000 US dollars. And then when we replace our vehicles, we don't have to build the infrastructure anymore. I mean, we have to repair our buildings and everything, but the road construction doesn't have to happen anymore. Let me restart the music. I still think we need to send more workers to the clinic again. Losing people due to heart attacks and health failures is not really acceptable. But we could make a research that reduces the amount anyway. Actually, I don't even know if that helps. It just reduces the amount of ambulance departures. Yeah, this is just ambulance departures and how long people stay alive if they have an emergency. Which I guess this one could be useful. So I guess this tree is not really important for us. Virology into vaccination development sure will be. But improvement in alcohol quality is, I guess, even more important for us after the first research. Come on, students. Oh, you finished your education. Awesome. So only 1 student left. I guess 2 students if I count the one between 16 and 21-year-old. Let me restart research. Or resume research rather. You don't have much time left on finishing your education as well. I really hope we had more professors to make that more reliable. But no, I will resume research now. We have 1 extra worker with a higher education, it should be doable. I might also have to send the bus back out heating. Bringing workers to the heating plant. That could be dangerous. 3/4 of the way done, 75% or nearing it. And then the question is how many actual children will we get? Why do we have a highly educated worker working in the kindergarten? 3 people starving. Hopefully that's resolving itself right now with them being able to buy food. There's our worker working in this shopping center. What did they call them during the pandemic? Essential worker. Working like an essential worker. Got our student. Almost halfway done with the education at the age of 17. Very quick. So seems to be running well. I would like a faster pace for our university, for our research. When there's no student in here, I have to increase the amount of research, and then I have to lower it when there's a student in the that wants to go in the auditorium. So I guess I'm going to micro that a little bit to get the most out of it. Yep, you should get your education. You're almost done. 2 full rounds would finish your education. Okay, maybe 3. No, micromanaging the medical university. What have we come down to? Got another birth. Back to 22 citizens. 80% for the research. And I guess we'll start the alcohol standard research right away. If we can micromanage things, then I guess we will do that instead. .9. Let's make sure all the professors are teaching. Yeah, this is definitely more productive than the small HQ of the party. These professors are way more able to teach everyone. 2 professors teaching 8 students. Really good. Let me make this window larger. Oh, we don't have any regular workers. What a shame. There we go. Research is really slow right now. Feels like it's slowing down when I'm continuously watching it. Alright, you might finish your university education this go or the next time. You finished it. Excellent. Okay, let's go back to research. That student is done. And the other student has a lot of time to finish their education. But I guess I'll still micro it. It's only 1 person. 18 years, 1.6. Yeah, sure. Don't have any professors here right now. I guess you're not gonna get any education this time. Next time again, maybe. Please speed up the research. %15 left. I wonder how high it will go up. What the birth rate increase will actually be like. The highest we gotten was 7 births this year. Maybe it'll be a notable spike on the chart. If it is, we'll repeat it. If it isn't, then there's no point to it, I guess. Yeah, this is not the way the developer envisioned this to be used, I imagine. Micromanaging the amount of professors, jumping between researching and taking care of their students. Need some more staff. The professors are really slow researching right now. And now we're running out of professors. That's looking good. 4 professors, 5 staff member, reasonable research speed. I might even omit the student getting any education right now because this is running really efficiently for the education, for research. Okay, it's still running well. Sorry, buddy. Maybe next time. We have 10% research left. After that, we'll hold off on researching so you can finish your education, I think. If there's only one person going to the university, it's a little bit annoying for us. 10%. Yeah, we'll wait with the alcohol standards research after this so they can finish their studies. And maybe there will be another student by the time, so 2 people can make use of our professors at that point. Alright, almost done. We have 8 children in total, 3 of them being the youngest age group. Let's see what we get. Let's hope the medical university will actually have a benefit for us. If it's not the birth rate increase, then improving our alcohol standards will have a positive effect on average life expectancy and the health of our citizens. So we'll at least get that out of the building. But I think the birth rate increase was notable in my other games as well, where areas that were sufficiently staffed with like kindergartens were not getting enough kindergarten spaces anymore after the research was done. So that had a significant increase in birth rate. 6% left. Going quite quickly. That will change at a moment's notice when the professors all leave and we will have to wait for new professors. But yeah, it's running okay right now. The student is still waiting. We'll have to wait until we finish the research. And then the university will run full-time for education for a while. By that point we might have another 16-year-old that also wants to start university. Running these buildings at really low capacity is really fragile. Makes me wonder how I managed to do like the minimum viable settlements so long. Right, getting there. 3% left. The student is probably going to show up soon, and that'll be the last time where they won't have any professors around, but the next time they'll show up, they will be able to resume their studies. Let me take a quick look at the wear and tear of our vehicles. We have one microbus waiting for repairs. I think the repair station is active. Street is almost finished. Yeah, it's being rolled right now, 600 workdays. But it's only up to here. Research is done. Let's see how many children we get. No other research right now. The next one would be alcohol standards, which will take less time. 100 workdays less, but let's wait and let our student finish their education for now. Where was the microbus with high wear and tear? Shouldn't you get some repairs? You're just... Wait. What's your task? Oh yeah, you're standing in here, right. I could tell you to get repairs, but you're waiting for a vehicle to drive there to repair you, so I guess I should get a truck that can go out and repair vehicles inside depots. So, I assume the research will have to take a while before it takes effect. So maybe middle of next year we'll see an increase. But then again, the life cycle of our citizens is a bit sped up, so maybe we'll see it a little bit earlier. Would be nice if we get a population wave. If we can fully stock out our school with a class of like 6 children at the same time, and then move them through the university and have like 6 workers enter the workforce at around the same time. That would be ideal. And yeah, the western border with 2 logging camps just exporting wood. Minimum viable product, definitely successful. We're having constant income of US currency. I don't know if it's completely profitable yet. That remains to be seen when we have to repair our vehicles. In our case, probably replace them. But for now, we're earning a decent amount of money from it. And that's not bad. But it might be misleading. It might actually take as much money again to repair everything and get the replacement vehicles. That remains to be seen. Right now I think we already earned more than enough to get everything repaired again. We spent more on the building and infrastructure constructions, I think. But I might be wrong. I guess we can check. Import of resources, 48,000. Western vehicles, 94,000. So the vehicles were the highest right now. Lots of construction vehicles that don't need to be refreshed. At least not as quickly. But yeah, the building construction was not the highest amount, it was the vehicles. You're 19 years old, you're almost done with your studies at 1.8. Good to see. And there's our first epidemic with citizens here. Significant health complications. Not very infectious. Not sure how long it'll take. We have a baby in here who's getting healthcare right now, or attempting to get healthcare. This might be the point again where I have to prioritize the clinic for the time being. So the clinic will have the highest priority. And then they couldn't go to, I don't know, go to the bus stop instead. I'm not gonna assign anything else. I guess no, that's bad.
If I assign the bus stop, they go here, wait for a very long time, and then pick a workplace. If they can go to a workplace, they should go to a workplace directly, because it'll be faster. But yeah, let's make sure our clinic is sufficiently staffed to be, well, to outlast the epidemic. And then we send the extra workers to the medical university to continue providing an education and more highly educated workers for our workforce. And the school will be staffed with foreign workers, that's fine. I assume there's not going to be any unemployment issues, I hope. Maybe I should do the research. Let's do the alcohol standards at lower priority. 1 professor. Maybe more. Let's go for 2. Got 14 got 14 workers now, 13 of which are highly educated, so our worker count went up again. Let's check on the age. Well, we have some of them at 68, 63, life expectancy of 74. Not too bad. But yeah, let's make sure the clinic is staffed and send the extra workers to the university. Looking pretty good. The road has 300 more workdays to be rolled, and then we have to build a few more, but those are only gravel, so they should go faster. And then we have another source of highly educated workers, a few of them which we could bring here, or just in general attaching the construction office to the customs house over there to make sure this area remains unaffected. Or we could bring the workers from Brelov to this bus stop as a transfer station and then have the construction office pick up workers from here instead of having to drive over there. But that would mean we would have a lot of buses running back and forth, potentially. Well, seems to be somewhat stable. I'm not seeing anything on the increase of birth rate just yet. Might still take a while to have an effect. Maybe it actually takes 9 months of in-game time rather than the accelerated time of the citizens. I did not look at that when I researched it in my other games. No spike yet. Remains to be seen what and when and if it happens. Getting rid of the health decreases from alcohol will be a nice addition to our republic. Just selling good alcohol to our citizens, making sure they live a little bit longer. That'll be a good change. And yeah, the citizens are also smart enough to not try and study in the party HQ. since we shut it down. I think I will have to research the secret police at some point, but it's not that important. Medical research is way more important right now. Getting the health of our citizens up, making sure that the people with a higher education can work for as long as possible, giving us the benefit of them for as long as possible. Looks like we lost a person. We're down to 14 workers. I thought we had 15. Might be misremembering that. Alright. All the road signs here are in place, so no change necessary. Yep, everything is correct. Still a lot of trees in the forest that can be cut down, but I'm just going to plant a few more. And that means I have a little bit more time before I need to come back. Not that I am stressed out about that anyway. I did research the right thing, right? I did not research decrease birth rate. No, I did not. That would have been really bad if I accidentally did the wrong research and failed our run. Okay, research is not going slowly. I mean, we're sending all of the workers here directly now, after they have made sure that there's sufficient number of workers in the clinic. But yeah, seems to be well staffed. Doing the research, providing room for students here most of the time. No unemployment issues. Increasing life expectancy is also good. Maximize your productivity. Maybe an outdoor football field can be done with machinery too. Yeah, that's true. I don't think they would be using... Oh, they would be using it right now. This one can be done by machinery. The large one can't. Oh, no, wait, can it? Both of them can. Yeah, we can have an outdoor football playground. Small ones enough, you don't have the workers for big. You're right. You are correct. Well, I don't have them now. But this is going to be a very successful republic in about 30 years in-game time. Good spot between school and pool. Yep. And on a hill. Well, It looked like it was on a hill. But this is another upward slope. We're not going to build the next house for sure, but I'm going to keep the footpath plan in the back of my mind here, and already built it. Got a fire in the museum, has been extinguished. Very well done. Heating is going down quite quickly for the high temperatures that we have, which is kind of strange. We have a problem with pollution apparently. I wonder if a fire causes pollution. Waste management doesn't cause any issues. I guess the incinerator is running quite a lot. Oh, now that we have a lot of buses removed from the customs house, I guess the waste truck is also way more efficient in bringing hazardous waste over. So maybe the price of hazardous waste went down without us noticing. Yeah, it's going pretty low. Let's make sure we reduce our import to like 50%. That will reduce the overall pollution in this area. And it'll keep the price high, so I think that'll be better for us. We've been filling this up slowly with hazardous waste, generating more pollution, it looks like. Yeah, it was affecting the lifespan of our citizens, holy hell. Okay, we gotta be careful. Don't import. Wait until loaded. Don't load any hazardous waste right now. We're gonna go a little bit slower on the hazardous waste train for a bit. We'll burn off all of this, and we'll only import some hazardous waste whenever we have filled up the mixed waste inside the truck with our own domestic waste. But yeah, the pollution was getting to the building, which is pretty bad. Oh, we're starting to have some children now. Is it going to be a significant number, or is it going to be just some children? Also, we don't have anyone going to university right now, so full research, please. There's no one 21 plus studying at university, and there's no one between 16 and 21, so we'll be able to go ahead with full research for the time being. Yeah, let's cut down on the pollution a little bit. And then when we turn that back on, we'll put it at like 50 or 40 or even less hazardous waste imports. Right now we're going to run it with based on how much pollution, how much waste we're making ourselves. So we'll lower the profit a little bit. And we'll reduce the amount of workers here down to like 3. Are we still running the truck, the bus? Yes. We could use some repairs soon. Research radius, yes. Missing gravel. There's gravel here. I guess the dump trucks might be moving over here right now. Yep. Which I guess is okay. They can build that road first. Reducing the amount of workers in the incinerator will also lower the output of pollution. Oh, look at the lifespan ticking up. I haven't seen that one yet. It's slowly starting to count up for some reason. Very strange. Another stroke, apparently. If I'm forcing workers into this building, I might be able to run it at like just 2 workers. Like if I say, okay, you have to work in this building whenever you find the time. Might be possible to just run it with 2. Even if we're taking a lot of our highly educated workers to fill the staff slots. But that will give us more workers to run the university. No more children yet. Average life expectancy is 78. 77 in here. I don't know what other building it's counting. I just had an epiphany and thought, like, did we have children in the orphanage that still also counted as like having a life expectancy? But no, it didn't give us any warnings. I expect this building to give us a warning as soon as it becomes active. Looks like we're going to be able to finish the research before we will have new students. Need more workers. We've started building the footpaths, which is good because they don't need that much gravel for them. And even the football playground will barely need any gravel. Not sure if they will find the time to use it this year, but next year it'll be available. Okay, now we're not seeing any profit anymore for the time being, but that's okay. We can wait a little bit with that. If it's good for our health, all the better. Whenever I open the residential building, I get the urge to click one of these buttons here, and I have to catch myself to not accidentally click it. Life expectancy of 57. Weren't able to get food, meat or clothes for some reason, because there's no one selling them. Wow. What's going on? Why is no one working here? Well, they weren't fully able to fulfill their demands, but most of them were able to get at least some amounts of resources. And they can fix that now, I guess, at their next free time. Okay, we got a student again. Research is only halfway. We'll put it at 50-50. 25 professors researching, 25 professors available for studies. And hopefully the game will correctly decide where to move everyone. Okay, the heating plant stopping production at these low temperatures is a little bit more concerning. Yeah, this is dropping rapidly. You're gonna move back out. I want a bus going to the heating plant. I don't want people dying because of heat. And right now it looks like this is what would happen during winter. So we'll have to resume our bus route, bringing workers to the heating plant. What we can do, however, is make sure that we don't load highly educated workers. Because they could get unloaded into the heating plant and that's unnecessary. I guess I could load everyone and then just say don't unload highly educated workers at the heating plant, which I might have already said. No, I didn't. But it's okay, we're not loading highly educated workers. Feels like the amount of workers we're getting out of the customs house is slowly going down. Maybe that's not true, but that's what it feels like. I'll get one bus that drives really fast, that picks up workers from Brelov. A bus that drives fast and has good capacity. This one, for example, 85 kilometers an hour. We don't need that many workers from that customs house, but we're going to set it up to the point where we load the highly educated workers first, then fill up the bus and bring them to the bus stop. I think the epidemic is probably over. Could be possible to sending workers back to their workplaces automatically. But I quite like the assignment of just handling this building and letting the other people do whatever they want. Like the foreign workers, I mean. I think this is working out for us, the way things are currently assigned. With the small clinic having the highest priority, but a very low amount of workers. And then the rest, the medical university taking all of the other workers. I guess I could still assign the bus platform in case... Oh, I already assigned the bus platform, okay. So if they don't find work in any of these two buildings, they will go to the bus stop and look for work from there. Which is everything else. Got our football playground up. And it's even warm enough that they can use it. So they might choose to use this building instead of the indoor pool. I guess it depends on where they think workers will be. I think this is all set up well. I don't see any increase in birth rate. It might be misleading. We're having 4 children right now. I guess for the amount of people we have, it might be more than expected, but yeah, it doesn't feel like it. I guess if you are able to repeat it over and over again, it will probably have a positive effect. Okay, I'll need a lot of gravel for this, that's fine. Need a lot of gravel for this, and then we're at the customs house. I'm not gonna upgrade any of this road infrastructure. I could build another logging camp. Right now it looks like we're not producing enough trees to satisfy the demand of our trucks. I guess what we need is better vehicles here. These ones need an upgrade. I don't know if we had better logging trucks become available. And I can't check there right now. Let's check here. The logging capacity. Or what is it called? I mean, open hull should be good enough for capacity. No, we only still have those available. We'll get some better vehicles at some point. The U377 logging truck. That's a really good vehicle. I think it can carry around 16 tons, if not more. It's definitely what we want. Oh, speaking of the devil, there it is. I didn't know it would become available right now. I honestly had no idea. I just know that it exists. Let's see if I was getting the capacity right though. I thought 16 tons was about what it could hold. Yeah, 16 tons. I know that because I was using it in the New Karabadak game on the western border quite a bit. It's a really good vehicle. Doesn't have much road speed, but it doesn't need to. It's mostly driving off-road once it's in the wood-cutting post anyway. So it's fine the way it is. And it's basically giving you more than 50% extra capacity for bringing trees to the wood-cutting post. So our trucks would probably become more busy, or be busier, as soon as those trucks would get involved. So we could trigger a manual replacement at some point. These ones, the T138, would be turned into the U377 logger truck as soon as the wear and tear would become high, but right now it's only at 16%, so way too early to think about replacement. Plus we don't have the scrapyard yet, and I definitely want to reclaim the materials that we lost. Our population went down. We only have 13 workers, so had a little bit of a dip. I think the alcohol standards will help boost our population even more, because we can run the highly educated workers for longer. Means that the education for our students and children will be more efficient. It's just going to be an overall better... It's going to be an overall net benefit for us. I think we should run hazardous waste imports again. Loading 50%. And you don't have to wait anymore. Okay, so I think on the western border everything is the way it should be. I don't think another logging camp would be useful. So yeah, don't think I'm gonna make any change there whatsoever. Just gonna let it run. We're gonna see what the money looks like whenever we get to the point of requiring replacement vehicles. I don't even know what the price of wood is. Let's see, did the price go up? It went up a little bit, but yeah, the price of wood has recovered. I'm getting more profit from it now. But adding more logging camps, probably not going to be useful. Having a solid income in US currency though is very nice. And who knows, maybe I'll have 500 people living here and 500 people living on the western border. I don't need to have everyone in the settlement. The hollow residents can reach everything, right? Yeah. 2/3 of the way towards alcohol standards. Almost done. Yeah, the amount of children is not really going up, it feels like. I don't know. Doesn't feel like it. At least not yet. Maybe it'll kick off a little bit later. Or maybe they're having as many children as they can already. I don't know. We do have students right now, right? Yeah, 1. So I guess I technically can't crank the research all the way up. It's -5 degrees, heating plant is not running. But thankfully we're always bringing a complete batch of workers here with the microbus. So this should run well at all times. There's our student. 16 years old, a quarter of the way done towards getting a university education. Most of our professors are researching right now, and I would say that's okay. I might actually prioritize research. And then after the research is done, they can go back to providing university education. That would be fine. But yeah, getting the research right now before winter starts. Maybe we can keep a few extra people for a little bit longer. Like Yeltsin. Oh, there's Yeltsin, 67 years old. Maybe we can keep Yeltsin a little bit longer. Yeltsin is still alive. I don't think you can rename citizens, can you? I kinda want a feature of being able to rename citizens and then having them somewhere to track them, like in a list of persons. Where you can select a person and track them. Putting a star next to them, and then they're a marked person to be tracked throughout their life. And then maybe it can record whatever they experienced, giving a small history of whatever happened to them. Come on, more sellers. Anyone? One person. Okay, so the frequency of buses is not satisfying yet. But they seem to be spacing themselves out very weirdly. I guess they still have the problem of sometimes they enter and don't pick up anyone. Yeah, and then they go back and then the spacing gets all out of whack. I could set a fixed time of like 60 seconds or like 40 seconds and that would be okay as well, right? Oh, the lap time has slowed down a bit. I guess the waiting time at the customs house has increased again a little bit. Yeah, I guess you will have to wait until the research is done. But don't worry, we will let you get your university education after the fact. The research has a priority right now. We only have one person studying, and getting the most efficiency out of our professors is higher importance right now. After that research, we might even unassign the houses to not force them to go to specific buildings anymore. Don't have any snowplows on that road. But the delivery of resources should still be reasonably fast. Yeah, 40 kilometers an hour. Faster than a dirt road. Definitely useful. 82% on the research. We'll get that done this year, I think. And then our health should go up. People starving is not good. Let's set this to 10 workers. If we get a bus load that balances all of the workplaces, it'll unload and it'll send like 5 workers here. And then if another bus comes, this building isn't full, so it will be able to accept a few extra workers. So hopefully we can run this a little bit more efficiently. And then the workers will spread themselves out across the workplaces a bit better. Yeah. Okay, the downside of this is that you might not be able to hold a few extra workers, but I think the balancing of having a few extra shifts is going to be better. So that this continuously runs at all times. What we could set up is bauxite as a resource, but we would need a technical university for that, and I don't think there's a... Is there a point in setting up a technical university on the western border, running it with foreign workers, running a fire station with foreign workers just for the point of getting the research for bauxite up, to try and run another resource export? Or is that too ridiculous? To me it sounds like it would be too ridiculous. So I would probably not do that. Especially since it could distract me from any emergencies inside Lonona. Okay, 5 children and 5 teenagers. Seems like we're getting reasonable population growth now. If we can continuously do that, like always have 5 children, 5 teenagers, 5 students, that would be nice. Also, we have 3 students now, so we need to pick up the pace with the research. But we're almost done. And then all of the students will be able to get their education. Yeah, I think this works better now. We have a few different shifts in here. Okay, this one is about to end. But some new workers have arrived. So it might make sense to run all of the buildings at the highest number, but then I am still trying to prioritize things a little bit. %left. And then we have a better system of distributing alcohol. Making sure it has quality standards. I don't know what to do here. I don't think there's anything that needs to be done. Microbus. A shopping center. Like, all of you, the most won vehicle is a Beetle at 32%. Could set up a repair station, I guess, but that one can catch fire. I think we're just gonna run under the premise of replacing vehicles on the western border instead of repairing them. Hopefully that will be doable and profitable. Okay. Importing at 50% is fine and all, but apparently it's still too much. So let's go back to the idea of only importing when we're exporting. So wait until loaded. But then you can bring a full load here. That's fine. Okay, so we'll still have an income, not as high anymore, but the pollution is too dangerous. Could affect our citizens negatively. 4 people can't work because of children. Sounds good. Like, sure. Low temperature does not sound good. Not sure why that was the case there. It isn't really supposed to happen. Okay, research is almost done. 3% left. And then we can resume our university studies. We're down to 12 workers again. But we have a higher population, so we are getting more children through. And hopefully we can continuously run this research to keep the birth rate high, keep our population growth high. We'll have to repeat that every now and then, probably yearly. We'll have to wait and see. 1%, and then the negative aspect of drinking alcohol for our health should go away, and we should have a much better health for our citizens. And also we can finally start with the studies of our students. You just showed up, and we'll give you an education right now. What do you say about that? Research is done. The research I want to do after that, whenever we find the time, is the edification of toughening, which will give them some cold resistance. But if we get the increase in birth rate before that, we're definitely going to do that instead. And yes, this university is definitely more efficient. 2 professors taking care of 5 students, definitely more efficient than the small party HQ. But also way more expensive, of course. Alright. So that penalty should slowly go away. And it should increase the health of our citizens. Looks like we had some crime. I still can't afford to build a police station. We don't have the capacity or the means to do that. God, we have so much hazardous waste in here. But that means our people won't get bored for a bit. Incinerating stuff, I mean. Looks like education is going well. I can't believe how slow this is. I thought it would either fail real quickly or it would grow really quickly. I can't believe we're still balancing on a knife's edge, trying to slowly improve our population growth. But we're slowly removing the things that hurt the health of our citizens, which should make our citizens more effective and efficient. And it should have a positive effect on life expectancy and the education for our citizens. So we have so many foreign workers here. I think I'm going to start building the scrapyard. We won't need it a lot, But it's going to be better than having to sell vehicles, I think. I mean, right now we can still repair everything to 0% wear and tear, so it's not really necessary yet. But the vehicles on the western border will not get repaired, so they will be replaced. And there we will have to have the scrapyard in place to make that possible. Otherwise the vehicles would get sold back for a price. And we would have to pay money to get them removed. And that would be that would not be ideal. I would rather scrap them. Spend like 2 foreign workers running a scrapyard at all times, making sure that we don't have to pay anything. It's a waste management building. I don't think we need a large scrapping facility in this case. It does generate some pollution. It will need water, sewage connection and electricity. But we can hook it up to the connections over here and then just provide a footpath access to this area. Doesn't really need to be next to the repair station, but I guess we could hook it up to the repair station so the materials that we reclaim from the building automatically get used in the repair station. So I guess that's not a problem. And the clothing factory connection is not necessary. Do I want to go onto the main road, or do I want to cut back here to this road? Kind of feel like this would be more proper to not have a road connection on here. And this doesn't allow you walking access, so we would also require a footpath here. I guess the road is a little bit wonky in this area. This should allow us to get a footpath connected more easily. Indeed it does. Let's make sure there's no snapping point here. No, there isn't. Okay, so this is the best we're gonna get. And that will allow us to reach everything in this area. I guess we probably don't technically need everything, but I don't see a reason to not have the footpath. It's a little bit wonky. But sure, let's build it. Not the clothing factory though, but the scrapyard. Definitely want that. Drinking alcohol ×1, the negative effect is still present, but it almost completely vanished. One person has low government loyalty. Okay, you actually cover the medical university, that's great. I don't know who has low government loyalty though. Okay, just making sure it's no one in here. Can't really see who has it. We can, I guess, check the productivity, and the lowest productivity is you, 57. No criminality, all demands satisfied. Health is pretty low. And happiness is also somewhat low. I'm going to the clinic right now. Working. Health went up. Okay, I mean, maybe you had an emergency and that's why your loyalty went down? I don't know. You're the only person who has low government loyalty, I think. Food and drink alcohol. Or maybe you enjoyed the booze when it was dangerous and like really bad on the health of you. Oh, pollution. Pollution is not great. Wait, why do we have so much pollution here? Okay, turn that down to 2. Or even 1. Why is the pollution heading over here right now so badly? That's gonna make us lose population fairly quickly if it keeps going like that. I guess the incinerator might still be too close for what we're doing with it. Reduce your hazardous waste imports to 50%. We're gonna run the incinerator at the lowest capacity to only output as little pollution as possible. I guess vitamins could also help, which would make our citizens more resistant to pollution. We did lose 2 people right now, didn't we? 3 people, and had 1 birth. That's not great. Okay, we gotta be really careful with the incinerator. I thought it was fine, but apparently that's not true. This isn't generating pollution, right? This is just a dump with gravel. That shouldn't generate any pollution. If we take a water well, yeah, there's no pollution here. I mean, there's barely any pollution around. The heating plant is making a lot of pollution. 6 times crime, low government loyalty times 2 now. Drinking alcohol, still a reason for health decrease. I thought we would help that by getting alcohol standards and remove that entirely. Apparently not. You can build one on another border when your streets are ready. I think I should probably remove the heating plant from here. I wanted to have it in walking distance, but yeah, bad practice. We need to be careful, more careful of the health of our citizens than I anticipated. So we'll need a small heat exchanger in this area. Could even build a large heat exchanger and a large heating pump. Because one small heat exchanger is not going to be enough. These can only have 100 cubic meters, and this building itself already takes 20 out of that. Well, we can have it here. I think a large heating plant would probably be overkill, but it might be that the large heating plant is also more efficient at things and thus generate less pollution. Let's see. This is exactly 5 times more gigajoules of heat. 5 times more gigajoules of heat for 4 times the coal consumption, so it's more efficient. Potentially a lot of pollution though. If I don't have it in walking distance, we would have to run it with foreign workers. But I mean, we're running it with foreign workers anyway. So I guess we're gonna build a large heating plant somewhere on this road and run it with foreign workers. Can you use heating pump stations as like holding heating capacity? Like if I have a heating pump station here and then the heating plant, and the heating plant stops working, does the heat pumping station carry some of the heat in storage? So if you have an outage, it's less of a problem. Because I would like to try that. I don't need it for the range, but I would like to try it for just having extra capacity. Because during winter, if we don't have any road clearing services here, that would be a problem. And the other thing is, we will need another fire station. If it's that far away. Okay, so the fire station could reach there. Could have the heating plant on this side too. Or we could build it here, and then this road connection would be... This would take care of the heating plant. And the need for a fire station. Let's see. 500 meters at least. So we'll have the heating plant somewhere in this hill. On top. There's the power line. That way we will definitely need a bus carrying workers here. Brelov is all the way over there. I might have to build it next to Brelov. Have a fire station here, have the heating plant here, and then carry the heat all the way over here. But that feels like it's too much. We would only need one heat pumping station. A heat pumping station up here, which could catch fire. So this will need the connection for the fire truck. And then the heating plant on this side, I guess. The electricity is a bit of a problem with the way I laid down the wire here. And okay, I do have a high voltage switch, so I could connect this to somewhere else to redo the wire and have another switch there and hook up a transformer. What I will need is a fire station in the area, and then I could build the heating plant here and run it with workers from Brelov continuously. To make sure this area doesn't suffer from pollution. I don't think the heating plant is the issue. I think the combination of the heating plant plus the incinerator and winter is the problem. So me reducing the amount of hazardous waste being incinerated should already do the trick. But I might have to make a change for this. And yeah, as you said, Sancho, maybe once the road has been built, we can make that change at the border on Brelov. Start the construction of a fire station. And then plan out the heating plant, water and sewage, small distribution office. A small technical service. I guess the problem would be repairs on that side. If I had this here, if I could lay a road all the way here, the the construction office might be able to reach over there. So if I build it correctly in this area, we could probably have a road go across this hill somehow. Oh, this is gonna... I don't want to build a tunnel. Why does this want me to build a tunnel? Better snowplows, sure. Okay, so we lost a lot of people. Relatively. Because of our poor air quality. And now we have to recover them. Again. But we're higher than we were at the start, which was like 16, 17 workers. We're at 22 and we lost a bunch of workers recently, but we grew our population. We're still at 12 workers, which is not ideal, but we have a lot of people slowly growing up. And we have like four students moving into the workforce relatively soon, if they finish their education in a reasonable amount of time. Well, it was a lot of micromanagement and really stressful again, but we'll have to improve the health of our citizens. We'll have to bring more workers here, making sure that our important facilities are always staffed. We'll have to make sure we don't have any escapes and reduce the amount of overall deaths that we are experiencing. I mean, we will always have deaths. But yeah, population growth. We actually saw some. We lost our old citizens, but yeah, during next year, with the increase in birth rate, we might actually see some more population growth. Anyway, I'm going to take a break for now, so thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Let me see if I see someone that we could rate you to. No. I don't see anyone streaming workers and resources that I would stream I rate you to. So I will leave you to your own devices and you will have to find something else to do. Sorry about that. But yeah, as I said, thank you very much for watching. Have a good Saturday afternoon. And as always, maybe I'll see you next time.